Good morning, good morning. How's it going? It is good here, mostly. We got stream raiders going. We have, our game going. And I think I fixed the problem. The naked problem. I think. So we are just finishing up. We're just finishing up with, if there's another suit out here, I don't know it. I think we're heading back into the Commonwealth. And I want to bring everything with me, but I don't really want to make a bazillion trips for that. So, I fixed the naked problem, and now I have a booty. Like, check this out. Ooh, it's a little bit more junk in the trunk for sure. We are also doing stream raiders. Did I say that already? I might have. I don't know. Anyways, I'm just excited that people aren't going to be naked if I take their clothes off. I haven't tested it on a dead person yet, but I took my own clothes off and I was not naked. I had my undergarments on. So, that definitely made me happy. And as you can see, I have extra booty. So, I think those are all great things. What the heck? We only have 7 food. Why do we only have 7 food? Oh, you should be assigned. I know I had them assigned to junk, but you should be assigned there. And you know what? I'm gonna take this off for now. They have 4 people and they're connected. I'm just gonna let them do their thing. I am gonna put up a turret though on the inside. Because if they have another like rad scorpion or something, that happens. Another one of those things. How am I gonna do this? I just put one like pointing in, maybe. Why are you on the roof? Okay. Oh, speaking of, I'm just gonna put one here and one here, and they're gonna just point in instead of out, because that red scorpion busted everything. I don't want that to happen again. Defense turrets. I suppose we could have a nicer, like, bigger turrets. I don't really want to mess with all that wiring at all. So, we're just gonna leave that at that. Maybe we'll come back to check up on them. But, and we are gonna be overweight. Oh. Because I'm gonna take a bunch of our stuff home, to wherever we end up. I think the closest settlement to us, right, to Nuka World is like, Sunshine. I don't know that for sure, but hi, good morning, Nib. Good morning. How are you doing? I hope you're well. I'm doing good, except for that a nerve seems to be worse today than it was yesterday, and I feel like hot garbage. Oh no. Hopefully you're not getting sick. That's not good to hear about. I mean, I want to hear about these things, but I don't want you to feel like hot garbage. Okay, we are taking all of our Nuka with us. All 11 billion of them. Okay, okay. That's normal. Still sucky, but okay. I'm glad to hear that you're not sick, though. I'm sorry you're feeling gross. I hope that all passes very, very quickly. All right. Like I said, I hope all those symptoms pass very quickly. Should I leave them some, like... I'm gonna leave all my cooked food here. Is that weird? I feel like it's a little weird, maybe, but, they'll eat it, right? Will they eat it? Let's see. So I'll bring all the raw stuff with. And, like, all my 113 bloodworm meat. Gross. And I'll leave the fruit. I don't know if they'll be eating the fruit at all. But I'll leave I'll leave cooked things for them. Okay, my leg, my hips and butt and back still all feel great, but the one leg is just not okay. I've been trying to work it, and I don't know if I worked it too hard or if it's just part of the process. It is really hurty today, and I'm not a big fan of that. Do 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 do. Yeah, I did take some ibuprofen, and I do have, like, heat on it. And, I'm gonna try and make sure to be stretching more today, because of that. Okay. Nuka meat. Oh. And I'm bringing my pies with me. I would bring a suit, but I can carry everything so much better than in a suit. Even a souped up soup. A souped up suit. I'm just not gonna worry about bringing suits right now. Do 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 do. Bringing those with me. All right. Sourdough, tea. I'm leaving the varmint jerky. I don't know if they'll eat that, but I want to make sure they do have plenty of food because I'm not going to be coming back anytime very soon. But okay. Let's look at this list over here. Cat meat. I'm leaving the macaroni and cheese and crispy gourd wedges. Encrusted blood cutlet. I guess we'll see what's here the next time we come back. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. They don't really drink stuff, right? But a lot of this is stuff I'd find in their pockets. Oh, we have a Pokemon in chat. It is a Stungener. A tier B. We've seen so many tier Bs and tier As recently. I'm like, what's up with that? I mean, it's awesome, but it seems a lot. It seems like it's a lot. I wonder if they adjusted those numbers or if there's an event or something. Okay, bring those. Do 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 do. One of those and one of those. All right. So I left them a bunch of food. We'll see what they actually eat or don't eat, and they are producing their own food. So, and I left them a bunch of water as well. Oh, okay. Taking all these. Oh, there's a recipe that uses a Nuka egg. Because that's a lot of Nuka eggs. And I'm bringing all these because we'll end up selling it off or whatever. Oh, and before we leave, we need to buy a truckload of what is our ammo that we use? 7.62. Okay. Bring all of our junk. Because they don't use junk for stuff. They don't build on their own, right? And I know it comes in the network, but I don't want to leave anything in the DLC area. I'll drop it off at Sunshine or whatever. Because this will still pull from the network as well. So if I do end up coming back here and building some more, like fleshing out the decorations or whatever. Oh, the Stondrner escaped. Alright, so if I do, we'll still have those supplies. It just won't be located out here. Which I'm okay with. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Almost done. Oh my goodness, we're just in the H's though. We have 360 Nuka-Cola bottles. Oh my god. We are set for quite a while. I wonder what kind of automation we can have or we can make. Because I know there are things, but I've never really played with that before. We'll have to look at how it works, because I don't know. Oh, we have all the bones. It's weird. What quest line should we do next? I'm trying to think, like, we should probably go and meet Edward. and go and free Lorenzo, which dangerous, but getting ready for our run into the glowing sea. I think that's where we're at with that quest line. So getting closer, and we should probably meet all of our different factions. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'm wondering, our next run, I kind of want to do like a Brotherhood betrayal run. I don't know if we can do that. But if I do Brotherhood first, okay, that's almost everything. Got our junk, grabbing all of our ammo too. Should have done food last. In fact, I'm just gonna do that because that's all of everything, and we're gonna put the food back. That just makes a lot more sense. Okay, like I said, we'll leave them fruit and veg, and some of our already made stuff. And we'll see, I guess next time we're here, we'll see what they actually eat out of this. Do 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 do. How much time do we have left? 7 minutes. We're under 10 minutes, so almost last call for units. If you are placing with us. Okay, and the carrots. Strawberries. And I'm leaving them the jerky. We could go pick up a bunch of mystery jerky for them. Alright. And I am totally grabbing our stuff from upstairs as well. Not our actual, any of our actual suits, because that's just not gonna work right. But, all of our... I still can't believe that one grabbed the Nuka nukes. So we're gonna just grab all that. We are at, let's see. We're at 65,000 Nuka tickets. So I'm actually gonna swing by there on the way out too, just to play a few rounds. And that's on the way anyways to the train station. And right. I actually took the scope off of my shooter here just so that I could have a gun to shoot to play the shooting shooting gallery without having to reload. I'll add it back on once we get our 100,000 tickets, which it's a long ways away, but not as long away, not as much time as it used to be. So if I just revisit daily and play a couple rounds, we should get it by next week sometime or something. And it's an easy thing to spam in the evenings too, so that's not a problem either. So I was trying to think where I was making home base. I think I was making home base at Grey Garden, but I'm not really a fan of what we were doing there. So I think I want to move things around from Grey Garden to somewhere else. Or I want to strip Grey Garden down and just totally remake what we're doing. Okay, so we're gonna stop in the shooting, in the arcade, and then we're going to stop in the market to get all the rest of their 762. And then from there we're gonna go home. Oh, yeah, okay. So I learned, I was all like, is there a scoring system that I'm missing? I learned that there's a range. If you get all of them, there's still a range of targets, and it's just depending on which targets pop out. The stars and the bottles are worth more, I guess. And then, and then the pigs and the rabbits worth a little less. So me getting the 11,100 is lucky, and then the top score that you can earn is 11,900, and if you get that score, you get 1,200 tickets. Other than that, though, it's like around 900 some. See, and the song's still going. I got all of them, but I only got 8,700. So it's just random, though. It's just random, dependent on which thingies pop up. If you just get lucky and you get all the good ones, you'll end up with that top score. And you have to still get all the targets too. Sometimes I get them all like that time, and then sometimes I miss and I get flustered and everything gets away with me. Not flustered, but it's just, you just get behind after a minute. Which is fine. I just want to get all my tickets. Okay, so we'll do this round and then we'll be on our way. I can spam it more later. There's a Pokemon in chat. It is Lickitung. Do 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 do. See. Mm-mm. Okay, so that round, even though time is running out, when the bell came and there was still stuff going, we still got over 9,000, which that's amazing, but it's still random because I still missed a bunch. I missed like 2. Ooh, that was a nice one though. We got over 1,000 tickets for that one. So that's nice. It's fine. Okay, so the Licky Tongue, I don't know if I have it. I do not. I mean, I do, but I'm still throwing because it's a tier B. Oh, and that was just enough time. It's time for our first battle. Do 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 do. All right. Hello. Right. Do 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 do. I'm just gonna stick this here or so. Yeah. Okay. Good luck, everyone. Good luck. Do 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 do. Okay, that's done. Nice. Okay. Okay. Nightmare was on top, sweeping the board. Most kills, most assists in first place. Leroy Jenkins is in second, and I was in third. Good morning, Nightmare. I hope you're having a good day. Good evening. Okay. And then rewards are going to Leroy and Risu and Nightmare. Whew. Okay, so we're going along this bottom line. We're gonna get the token chest, and then the scroll chest, and then the skin chest. I like having them all in a row. Oh, doing your dailies, nice. Nice. Okay, where do you wanna go? I need assists from buffing, so I'm gonna put my flag out here. And y'all go where you want. I'm not sure about how this map works yet, or this series works. It looks like the when we had the Greek gods, it looks similar, but I see like the outside art is different. It's still steampunk too, like houses and it's like a city floating in the sky, but the patterning reminds me of the other event. Interesting. Okay, you all go where you want. This is where I'm focusing on, but like I said, I don't really know what's best here. So we'll just see how we do. Thank you all for the support. We'll be back over here in half an hour. Thanks. Do 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 do. All right. So we did a couple rounds of that. We're gonna get into the marketplace. We might go back to Far Harbor, one, to see like what's in the water, and see how the new mod is. I installed it. I installed it, but like just after we had finished Far Harbor, so I'm curious to see. I kept on commenting about there's nothing in the water, it's easy to swim around. Not so anymore, I'm sure, because of that mod DLC. So, well, the only reason we would go back though is to get more ammo for Old Reliable, and really I should probably just figure out a gun to work up that I can get ammo for easily in easily in the Commonwealth instead of these extra ammos.
Okay, well, it's a new day, boss. We all owe you.
I don't know what gun that is yet. I really like the old reliable, but it's just a 2-shot. So if I do 2-shot, and I mean, we'll see. I've got a few minutes to browse.
You got it.
We do have a lot of the 7.76 already. Okay, so what do we want to sell off? 38. Not gonna use gamma. Not really using shotguns. And we are selling off some fusion cores. That covers that. We got the 7.62. Is there anything else? I could see us doing a 50 caliber. And let's see. Give me that 5 millimeter. Gonna sell off some missiles. And give us... Have we got the cryo gun yet? That's something to look at. Give us some 45s and 44s. Yeah, I'm pretty good about that. Yeah. Alright. Good deal. There's nothing else we really need to buy here. Hi, Tom. How are you? Where else did I say we need to stop? Nowhere, really. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do. How are you doing today, Tom? How is it going? It's good here. My brain is still waking up. I just coming around. I just took my medicine a minute or two ago, a couple minutes ago, so that has to kick in still. And I'm waiting for my leg to loosen up. I've got heat on it, and I took medicine. My ibuprofen and my allergy stuff I took right away this morning. I don't like to get right onto my ADHD medicine until right when I'm started. Oh, thank you for the follow tech support. I hope you're doing well today. I appreciate that. I hope you're well. I hope you're well. Okay. We are headed just to the train station to go back to the Commonwealth. I mean, pretty successful feeling. We did get 8 suits. I don't know if there's a 9th suit out in the world. I was actually doing a little bit of reading to see, because from what I did read, I think I did get a lot of them. There's a possibility I missed one that was like locked up in a convoy, but I don't remember seeing one there, so if that's just luck of the draw type of deal. I got a lot of suits otherwise. So, cheers. Yeah, hi. Okay, I'm gonna eat. Oh, did I bring any food with me for me? Gonna find out. We have lots of cooking to do. Oh, yeah, I have a caravan lunch. Well, that should hold us and we'll bring our stuff back. Oh, where do we get onto? Oh, what is it telling me about? I have something marked out over here. On the bus. Oh. Oh, hey. That's a good one to find. Do do do. Do 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 do. Okay, how do I get to the train? It's through here, I think. Yeah. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, so we're gonna... It always tells me the opposite way. Because I think we went up. Not down. That's so goofy. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, to front and right here. Okay, going back home.
Stand clear of the doors.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so from here, what am I gonna work on? I think we should go do Cabot's stuff. So we can get Lorenzo next. Collect any children. That's goofy. Okay. So, grabbing our quantums here. Now, we're here at Nuka World. Station still. Oh, we have to come out.
Nuka World's Great Halloween Spooktacular will begin next week. Reserve your tickets for the nighttime event at the main box office.
Just make sure. I mean, I think we pretty much collected everything out of here. Just getting our last Nukas, though, if there are any around. And I'm pretty sure the nearest, yeah, okay. Pretty sure that the nearest, settlement is, the Sunshine Settlement. Do.
Reserve.
I can't believe we're, level 121 already. Feels very OP to me. I mean, we'll see, but we're handling all the things. Okay. So this is just normal area. Here we go. Yeah, Sunshine. Oh, Sunshine has nothing at it. We were building at Grey Garden. We were building at Grey Garden. We did capture, oh, we have not got Overland yet. We could go wake Preston up. We can make Egret tours ours. I mean, we got a lot of the stations, a lot of the spots. We can make Spectacle Island ours, but that's a pain and a half to get out to. We could caravan now, maybe, because it's connected. So much space, really. I think from here I'm gonna sweep. Okay. Oh, is this just gonna stay on our docket forever? Oh, because it says failed. All right. Gonna put these back on. Okay, man, we still have a lot to do. Hi, Jester. I have not built up Vault 88 yet. I have not. We could go do that. I have not done actually a whole lot of anything in the Commonwealth yet. So we have all the DLC stuff to do. We have... I don't know where this is. Talk to Ellie. I think... I mean, we've not even met Preston yet. We have not... The only people that we've got so far are Nick and then the DLC people. Except for like we've met Ada, but we haven't we've not traveled with them. Okay. I think I'm gonna drop everything off at Sunshine, and then I'm gonna sweep south, and we're gonna go get the toy materials for the guy at the slog, and then go from there. Oh, we have a moongus in chat. Do I have one of those? I do not. We'll see if I'm too late. No, yes, that's correct. I am. So what I did, we completely skipped Concord altogether. So we started here. We have not, like, I just skirted it. I went down, we went and I've met Piper, but we did not travel with Piper. We still have to go in and do the paper interview. I grabbed Nick. I grabbed all of the settlements that I could, just on my own. So it's not all of them, but if I could get it without having to do anything, or without it being with a faction, I did. I grabbed all the empty settlements, and I took Nick along, so we're up to going to the going to do Virgil, going to meet Virgil in the Glowing Sea. That's where we're at for that. And then I grabbed Nick and I took him straight out to Far Harbor. So we've done all the Far Harbor stuff for the most part. We still have to find Marine Combat Armor shipments, I guess. And then we went from straight from Far Harbor into Nuka World. So we have 100%ed Nick, Longfellow, and Gage, who is now dead. And we just finished up Nuka World. Never considered skipping Preston. I've got 5,000 hours in this game. And you never considered skipping? Wow. So you always do Minutemen with something. That's so interesting. We could still do. I have not made up my mind, but I didn't want to mess with him. I wanted to do a lot of the stuff that I hadn't done before. We are nearing 2,000 hours, I think. Let me look. Yeah, we're really close. We're at 1965.9, says Steam. So, I mean, we're getting up there, but, there's a lot of content that I hadn't really played or played much. Like, Far Harbor and, Nuka World, this was my second run through both of them. I usually get, like, kind of stuck. Not stuck, but, like, wrapped up in the details of like building or whatever, and then updates happen or other things like that, and I don't finish out. So we did things a little differently this time. I do try to get all the followers, if only to put them in my home settlement. Yeah. That is a goal of mine that I'm still trying to accomplish. 100% everyone. Though I'm told if I'm going to do that, it has to be a Brotherhood run. Which I'm like, I don't really like the Brotherhood. I do like building settlements. I have to be in the mood to build. I like building quite a lot, but I like adventuring quite a lot too. Oh, that's Nuka World. Okay, so we are going back to Sunshine, and we'll see where we're at from there. And I used to be sneaky sneak. I still like doing the sneak. However, I feel like we should be able to handle most things now, and we're trying other things out. Working on leveling up heavy guns. Heavy guns is at 4 out of 5, and we have big leagues maxed out. We have our strength maxed out. So, I mean, we're just trying out different things at this point. Do you play modded or do you play vanilla? And if you mod, what mods do you use? Hello, cows. Lonely Chapel. Here we go. Do 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 do. Hello, where are my friends? Hello? Oh, maybe I got them already. I don't know, like, how long it takes them to respawn. You know, we just spent all our time in Nuka World, so we did go back and forth once when I had Gage, because I put in the fist up grill enhancements. All right, all the stuff. Oof. So that's a load off, and then I don't want to put stuff until, because this is not built up yet or anything, but I am gonna cook a little bit. I'm just still trying to make my mind up about what my settlement, which one my settlement is gonna be. Cures infection plus 10% stim pack healing for 20 minutes. Might as well make one of those. I don't think these tea cures actually do what they say they're supposed to do. Oh, we like this one though. Tarberry juice. With coffee. Chicken noodle soup, sure. Hi Onyx, good morning. How are you doing? Are you home today? Ooh. Oh no, I don't want to do that. Ooh, fine dining. Ooh, my electric light. Needs milk, a dinner plate, razor grain, soft shell. Ooh, soft shell meat. Okay. Ramen deluxe. Oh, plus 10% XP gain for an hour? Are you kidding? Gimme. Alright, we are out of... What are we out of? Dinner plates? No, it says I have all those things. Oh, razor grate. Okay. Okay, You are home today. Okay, nice. Yes, I run mods, but I couldn't give you a list off the top of my head. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just curious. What's your favorite mod? This is my list, if you're curious. If I run with a companion and use a heavily modded Codsworth, he's a killing machine. Ah, that's awesome. I like making Ada up to be something like that, but, I get annoyed with people's, chit-chat sometimes, especially the robots. So gonna get our stinky fish back. Okay, I guess we'll do the roast. See what's what. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I think I'll start a new run and skip President and Conquer since 4 of the people that are in that group just make me want to shoot them in the face. Yes. That's funny. Yeah, Ada's voice irritates me. Yeah. And her, like, contemplation about feelings and all that. I mean, sure, that's fine, but she just repeats it over and over again. And I'm just like, I don't like it. Once you solve it for her, maybe it gets better. I don't know. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, that's probably fine. This is weather dependent. I didn't realize. Damage resistance greatly increases in foggy and rainy weather conditions for 30 minutes. It's raining right now. Do do do. Do 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 do. And they grant the same things. Interesting. Do do do. We still have so much food. Oh my god. Okay. I am done with that. Hi. Oh hi there. I almost said hi, Buttspot, because my I spotted that first. Good morning. Hello. Yeah, I love skipping the Minutemen. Yeah, cool. Have fun, Jester. Have fun. I don't think I used any of your mods. Yeah, that's interesting. So I'd be interested to hear, like, what mods you use. I'm always interested to hear about that. The mods on my list, for the most part, are pretty, like, standard. I don't think I could do without them, for the most part. There are a couple that I'm like, oh, okay, like, our flower crown, I'm like, that's just cute. But I really like all the cooking mods, cooking and baking and, like, food stuff. I think that's pretty nifty. Okay, so, we've not even got 10 pines yet, but we got the outpost. That's goofy. Oh, we haven't got the Captain Cosmos stuff yet either. Maybe we'll go. How big a space is the tours, the marina? Because I could see building up quite a bit there, and I like the arrangement. Yeah, I think I want to try that out. I haven't really lived there a lot before. And it's on the way to where I want to go as well. The marina is decent. Okay, I'll get a list, but I use terminal codes for most of it. Okay, interesting. And, cool. I don't use terminal a whole lot. Oh, I don't have one of those. Okay. Do. It's mostly for error correcting when I do, like, if I get stuck. Or if a companion goes off and I can't find them or whatever. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna go south. Oh, I suppose we should sleep to save our progress, and we'll go get the food stuffs. Where are the beds at? Beds. Do 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 do. I suppose we could go and grab a companion first. I don't even know who I'd grab though. Who's closest? Piper probably. I think we'll do that later. Okay, GG. If you try to catch and you do not, better luck next time. Do 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 do. I think I grabbed the stuff up there already. Oh, that's redone though.
We're hot.
Aha. Do 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 do. That's unfortunate for you. I didn't even do anything. But it kind of looks like a wedgie. I need to work on that. Do 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 do. I'm just pleased that I made it work at all. It'd be better if like the outfit was smooth. It's all like stuck in my butt crack. Do 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 do. Ooh, gunners! Who's shouting at me? I heard that. Someone upstairs, I guess. Oh, it is time for battle. Do 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 do. Okay, I'm just gonna drop the haste on us. I don't know what's best in this scenario, so we'll just see how we do. Good luck, everyone. Good luck. Do 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 do. Woo! All right. Tech support in first place, True Beast in second, Risu in third. Tech support cleaned up with most assists and most kills. Well done. Oh, and True Beast got the epic kill. And then tech support, Leroy and oh hi there. I'll get extra goodies. Okay. We're just going along the bottom here. I'm excited that we're gonna finish this map today. We'll get into this one, and I'm hoping to maybe get into the third here so that tomorrow we can get to the super boss. We'll see though. We'll see. Do 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 do. If not on Friday, it'll be Monday. But I want to finish it up this week. So we'll just see where we're at. I need buffing assists. I need tanking assists and assists in general. All right. Putting my tank over here. And thank you all very much. And y'all do what you want. But this is where I put the plan if you need a plan. The quote-unquote plan, because it's not actually a plan. And y'all do such a good job, though. I rarely, at least for this event, for last event, rarely have to direct you. It's just, y'all take care of it. So, Nightmare, thank you very much for the epic Fenrir War Beast. Thank you. We're going back over here, but I'm going to go stretch. I'm trying really hard to stretch on the hour or every hour. We'll just see. But I'm going to go stretch. I'm going to run an ad to try and like prevent that from running later on. So y'all aren't gonna miss anything while I'm gone. So, okay. Thank you, Onyx. Thank you. I'll be back in just a little bit, okay? Do, 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 do. All right. Hi. How was that? I always end up coming back sooner than actual 5 minutes. So I try and stretch it a little bit for me, because it's still not really 5 minutes, but I need to be like walking around and stuff. So I prepped some stuff and I stretched. I think it's like my hamstring area that's like really having issues today, or ongoing, I guess, not just today, but and it's a sciatica nerve thing, which makes me sound so old. It just is what it is, though. Wind up, thank you very much for the epic Scotty Archer. Okay, targeting HUD eyewear, Weaponsmith Extended, West Tech Tactical Optics, Armorsmith Extended, Armor and Weapons keywords, Official Fallout 4 patch. That's one that we have the same. Cheater's Den. Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, completely different set from mine though, huh? Do 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 do. All right. Yeah. So. Sciatica never things are not restricted to aging. Right. Nerve things. It said never, but nerve things. Right. Yes. But it always reminds me when, like, I suppose it's, mispromoted in TV or whatever, where you're like, my sciatica! Whatever, it's just old. But it's not necessarily, but yeah. Anyways, it's just a pinched nerve, though, and it's improved greatly, but now it's, like, down my leg. So I'm just continuing to stretch and apply heat and etc. Do 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 do. Dan gives me the weapons I like the most, the spray and pray and spray. I love that gun a lot. I'm not the old, I have pinched nerves and arthritis. Right. It's not dependent on that. It's just it's just a myth for sure. Okay, going back down, I'm gonna try and hit up this this spot. Oh, flipped over. Okay, we're gonna test it. We are gonna test it. I don't really want the dirty stuff, but look, not nude. I did it right. And look at that booty. Anyways, okay. I'm just happy that I made it work. I did it correctly. I have plans to try some stuff out. Really though, my ultimate character is like big booty. Pretty regular, the rest. Whatever works with a big booty. But I like big buns. Yes, like that. Anyways, we are butt people here. Which mod colors the bodies like that? I've been looking for the mod I used to have, but it has seemed to have gotten rid of it. Which mod colors the body? Are you talking about the underwear or the skin color? Because I don't really have. I do have skin color mods, but I have not been using them lately because it's been glitching with like the different patches and stuff, and that just happens. I don't know if it's that mods, those colors in particular, but okay, that is a loot. Sorry, that is the loot tracker, loot finder, loot something. Where's it at? Well, I don't remember which spot that's at. It's like loot tracker or loot finder. Miscellaneous. Oh, here it is. Loot detector. Loot detector. And it's very customizable. Very customizable. I got it specifically for the dead body highlight because in the brush I lose stuff all the time. So easy to. But you can customize whatever you're finding. It highlights a whole lot if you want it to, and I really like it. So oh, we have a Pokemon in chat. It says Psyduck. Psyduck, do I have a Psyduck? I do not have a Psyduck. Not too late. All right, okay. Anyways, I really like it. I really like it. I wouldn't say I rely on it, but specifically when we're in the country area like this with all the brush and stuff. That's when I do rely on it, because I'm like, where the heck is that body that I just killed that flew that way and I have no idea where it landed? Is that a follow mod or from the Nexus mods? It's from the Nexus. I use Nexus. I don't do via the Fallout because when I was taught to mod, I was just taught via Nexus, and that's how I know how to do. So all of the mods on my list are via Nexus or hand input. But I believe most of them are via Nexus. So we thank you. I need to fix so it's not like a butt crack. I like the size, but not. I just have to fix some of the outfits or like just play with it a little bit. But now that I know how to do, we're going to. Cause yeah, booty. Oh, I caught it. Better luck next time. Oh, hi there. I don't know if someone else was catching or not, but you'll get it. You will get it. I'm just pleased that I made it work at all. So it looks a little goofy. It needs tweaking, but excited about that. Oh man, I need my sight back on. Okay, do I still have, I need to rearrange stuff too, because I cannot, it's just too far to do. I took the sight off from when I was trying to do, the Nuka-cade. Oh, there we go. Where is old rely? Oh, we could. Ooh, hold on. We have some editing to do because we have this one still. They're not really. Okay, but old reliable is what I'm thinking of right now. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're gonna favorite that. Number 5. Then what was I just talking about? We don't have any Nuka Nukes right now, so that's not any good. Oh, this one I'm going to put into number 7, because I want to try it out, but I don't think it'll be a good distance thing. Okay, here we go. Better. I only have 614 ammo though, so something to watch out for that. Where is everyone? Oh, here we go. Oh, hi there. Come on out. Booty. Oh, that was wide. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. It is a lot of weight. I have my weight maxed out and I'm not running, so I'm like, I'll unload some of it because I do like running. I'll unload some of it when we get to wherever I call home. I just have not decided on that yet completely. Oh, who's shooting at me? I've not decided on that completely, and we're just bumming around. We're just coming out of Nuka World, so I didn't want to leave stuff over there either. So we have everything with us. Do 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 do. I'm a male but run at female tunes because I prefer looking at female tunes. Right. It's just whatever, however you like to play, for sure. Bun always runs ladies too. I don't know if it's for exactly the same reasons, but yeah. Oh, nice. Do 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 do.
No sign of him now.
No sign of him now. I'm not even sneaking. Why are you saying that? No sign of him now. Do 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 do.
This is bullshit.
Ooh, oh, I hear them. They're in the building there. Hate these spotlights. I mean, it's good, but do 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 do.
This shouldn't take long.
Oh yeah. Oh, there we go. Do 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 do. That's the only person who was left outside. I mean, that's a little bit bizarre. I'm so used to sneaking and to not sneak and still be like, boom. I feel very OP. I run ladies because I like the voice better. Yeah, okay. You know, I've never run a dude on this one. Like, ever. I always play lady characters though. Or ambivalent characters. Like, I wouldn't say necessarily non-binary, but, but I definitely prefer being more on the feminine side. Though it makes me curious, what would I think about being a dude in this game? Okay, entry, thought, okay, let's, extract.
That's it.
There we go. Alright, that was just a little bit of XP. Oh, speaking of XP, what did we just make that was like plus 10% XP? It was something that we hadn't made before. We'll eat some of that. Oh, eat some of that. And carry weight. That doesn't really matter though. Okay, I don't remember. This is red. Okay, that's endurance. That's max AP. I don't know for how long though. Do 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 do. Okay, we can do the popcorn, but that's 5% for like an hour, I think. What do we just... There was something that we just made that was XP, but it was 10%. I'm gonna remember this next time. Oh, ramen deluxe. That was it. I had a buttload of ingredients though, but yes, please. Okay, we need dinner plates for that. Is there a proper bed here? I would like to save on a proper bed. And I'm going into first person because it's just easier to see stuff. And I think it'll be easier inside as well. Okay, got that. I'm just gonna leave my light on too. If we're not sneaking, not hiding. I don't know if that gives them a better target. Might. I don't know. I'm not used to not sneaking. Do 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 do. Okay, there's not really anything over there. We gotta go into this house and then that house, and then we'll go inside. It was gorgeous and sunny and blue skies when I woke up this morning, so I was hoping I could get in some garden therapy, but now it's cold and gray. Ugh. Time to snuggle in with a cup of hot tea or cocoa or something. That stinks. I am sorry, Nib. Maybe it'll just be a quick storm though? And then you get more sun? Our tomatoes, since it's cooled off a little bit, have really taken off. Go up here. I think we already got... Oh, we did already get... Did I get all the stuff though? Yes, I did. Alright. Do 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 do. We already got that one, yep. Alright. Do 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 do. Right, and got ammo. Do 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 do. So, in order to make a suit work the same way our carry weight works, we'd have to put like strength on all of the pieces, I think, and then calibrate the legs. I think. Made a goulash last night with a bunch of our gardens made. Oh, that sounds so yummy. Geez, does no one know how to close the doors in my camp? But I'm born in a damn bar. Yes. I like, what is it? One of the doors in this in particular has an auto close on it. That bugs me a lot too, but people just open it, and or if you have NPCs, they open and go through and do 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 do. Come on out. So right now, rank 29. Nicely done. Do 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 do. So maybe on this next run, if I make a dude, I could still make the dude have a nice bubbly butt. I have so many plans for like a new run, even though I'm doing this one and I like where we're at. I wanna try and do a junk jet run, which is ridiculous, but I wanna try it out. And I wanna have a bubble butt, and I wanna fix it. Do 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 do. I'm rank 7, but I haven't had the focus for 76. Nightmare butt, yeah. Rank 22. But I've also been super unmotivated to do dailies every day. Yeah. Butt spot. Yes. Do do do. I'm really glad y'all like butt spot as much as I like butt spot. Someone was in here yesterday talking about spot. I was like, no, they're just a bot. If you don't like them, it's okay. I think they got it, but it was just funny to see them talking to them too. Do 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 do. Okay, can we unlock it? We're gonna try. Surrenders. Likeness 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How about that one? Oh, likeness 1. Okay, so it's not. Okay. Okay, how about do 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 do. Shackle. Like this one.
Nice.
There we go. Do 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 do. Okay, we got a Pansier in chat. Which I do not have. Okay, all good. I don't do them every day either. I usually try and get all my weeklies on Tuesday nights. That's smart. I do like the season seems slightly easier to do. Less pressure to play all the time. Yeah. I select on DVD this Rift. Oh no, I have to pay to finish it. How's all that going? What I saw we had an update or something. Do they have a new killer in again? Oh, this is last call for units if you're placing in Stream Raiders with us. Last call. There's 3 minutes left. Oh, hello, fat man. Alright, we got those. We can go this way, or we can just go straight through. I'll go backwards. Because they're still gonna get all the stuff. Oof. I wish I was a get all, but when stuff is just sitting, it's just tapping the E. Weskler released a couple of weeks ago. He's from Resident Evil. Okay. Still downloading loot. Hate losing bodies at night. Ooh. Yeah, I dislike it too. At night, or in the underbrush, or sometimes when they go flying. Like if you have an explosion or whatever. No! Oh no! I forgot, we didn't actually clear yet. Maybe we should concentrate on that, and then we'll gather the rest of everything. Okay, we're sneaking because we can do that, and it's just faster. Well, it's not faster, but we definitely have a little bit less damage usually, because we just get people in the butt like that or whatever. And we definitely are going to need either to
Don't quit, do ya?
either to get a new gun that's like 50 caliber or 308 or something, or well, I don't even know but it would be good to not have to go to one of the DLCs to get ammo. And both of my favorite guns right now are not standard ammo, so we just have to remake a thing. Yes it is. It's old reliable. It's like one of the big guns you get in Far Harbor, and I love it. But you didn't buy the oh, you didn't buy the Resident Evil DLC yet? Okay, gonna lurk mode, have smoke. Okay, okay. Oh, you're tweaking OBS. Does that mean you'll be back? That's good to hear about. Nightmare. Okay. We'll talk to you later. Have a good stretch, Nightmare. Hi, Coffee and Bacon Guy. How are you doing? Yes, I love it too. It's my favorite gun. But like I said, I don't want to have to go. Oh, here we go. I don't want to have to go out to Far Harbor or to Nuka World just to get ammo. So I think I'm gonna try and like choose out a gun. One of my mods allows me to put legendaries onto weapon or armor of my choice. Oh no, I have not yet. Okay, good. I will. I'm sorry. I don't even have. Let me get that started up even. No, I will. Okay. Okay. We're gonna go up or this way. I'm gonna put this one kind of on the corner here. Hopefully that does us a little bit of help. Good luck, everyone. Good luck. Do 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 do. Yeah, okay, let me know. Okay. I will be at least lurky, okay? Nightmare, if it's over the same time, and Anyways, I will pull it up though. That's good news. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. I used to have the codes for in-game items for the game cheat codes, but I lost the wiki page that had all listed. Oh yeah. Okay. Scarala with the most kills, and Art with the most assists. In first place, Nightmare in second, and Risu in third. And then extra winners are hi there, Risu, Elise, and Tributes. Hi Elise, I hope you're doing well. Okay. Let's go. All right. Oh, I might still have that. Oh, okay, thanks, Nib. Thank you. I don't generally give myself stuff in game like that. That's not how I like to play. I have no problem with it at all, just to be clear. But for myself, if I start granting myself all the stuff, I get bored with the hunt and stuff. So I'd prefer to like find things or get things naturally if I can. Where are y'all going? On the bottom here. Okay. What do I still need? Flag assist or a buffing assist. So I'm gonna put this here. Y'all go where you want. I don't mind like helper things or mods that enhance my environment or my tools or whatever, but for instance the mod that will be back on the screen in half an hour. Thank you everyone for your units. Oh hey, awesome, thank you Nib. Lurk is fine. If you're streaming, one likely video. No spoilers. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Awesome Nightmare. I'm happy to hear. I'll check back with you about that. What was I saying? Oh, like my which one is it? It's not. I do have a cheat terminal, but I just use it to increase my jump height. Like I'm have a mutation because I really enjoy that for 76. It's like I have marsupial mutation. So I really like that, but what is the one that I have that is it the junk? No. The one that goes with this, the universal tool bench stuff. That's crafting framework, I think. So that gives you a tool bench that's like portable, and also really customizable. We have recipes. So I haven't even gone through this, but I don't actually use the moving tool bench very much. But I really like it. Provides every legendary has a microchip which you can take off or scrap, and then you can use those microchips that you got to put it onto onto the weapon or armor of your choice. And I utilize that a lot. I like customizing my like what legendaries I have on myself and what my weapons can do and stuff. Like I just enjoy that quite a bit. So okay, so we have read through this before a little bit. They're like, ooh, new person in town, we kidnapped this person, and etc.
There we go.
Ooh, and a sneaking thing, sneaky sneak. Leroy, thank you very much for the epic popcorn bomber. Thank you. Super casual player, so I use the code sometimes. Basically allows me to play in creative mode and makes building the settlements easier. Yes, and so that makes a lot of sense. Grinding materials just takes a hot minute. I like a mix and match of both of them. I just like adventuring a lot and exploring a lot, and it's always nice when I have a find.
Yes.
Okay, we've done all that. Beantown bastards, oh no. Anyways, okay, we're collecting all the stuff here. I feel like at this point I'm pretty well set up though, because we did all the adventuring. We got our network going. Anywhere I want to build, it's gonna take me a minute to run out of stuff. I do like that also sometimes when I want to build, I don't want to have to go scrounging for the one duct tape I need to finish. Yes. I think that's why, not why, but one thing I really like about having the network built up then, because like I said, with the network, all of our caravanning and like I would have to try really hard to run out of something. Really hard even. Just because I grab everything and we've just been working on building up that stockpile. Like our Nuka world stuff, that's the biggest problem that I have. I get not bored of building, but like I tire out on it, even though I really enjoy it. Before I tire out, before I'm like really done with the build. So all of my builds are like half right now. That we haven't done a lot of building actually in the Commonwealth. All of our DLC settlements are oh, you know what? Does a mechanist, if we do mechanist stuff, is that like a workshop build up spot that I could do? That's somewhere in like this area, yeah? Or no, this area. Maybe. I'm still just searching out for that like good old home feel, and with as long as I've been playing this game, I don't have a favorite settlement for that yet, and that that baffles me a little bit. But I just don't have a favorite yet. I get so confused in here. Not lost, but confused. Like, where do I go? The layouts. I go around in circles a lot for the layouts. Until like I could focus long enough on getting that much set up initially, I wouldn't rely on console so much, right? Yeah, good. Good. Glad to help, Jester. And thank you, Nib. Thank you. My mods are awesome. If you didn't know, thank you very much, Nib. Also, Nib, I am happy to have you hanging out. I'm sorry you're not feeling well, but I've missed you. And I'm really pleased, to be clear, I'm really pleased that you're meeting your goals and stuff for all of that. But it's nice to have you here. It is nice to have you here. There's
Nice.
There's a that drops a book when you scrap it to build mode. 30k ID each type of junk in the game. Wow, what is that? That sounds really good. Is that a mod for that? Or is that just in-game naturally? That's just awesome. It makes you, so you really have to pick up anything. You don't have to really pick up anything but ammo. That's against Fallout nature, though. I pick everything up. Though, depending on what kind of build you run, if you don't run a strength build or whatever, you have to keep your inventory slim. That just makes a lot of sense. I still pick up everything. Yeah. Yeah, so we're like hiding and with our light on. That's silly. We got Pokemon in chat. It is... Yeah, I bet so. That's awesome. What is that mod called again? I didn't catch the name, or I didn't understand. The Pokemon is an Armaldo, which I have already, but it's a tier B, so I'm gonna try and catch it anyways. Okay, thank you, Jester. Thank you. That's appreciated. I've been making notes. I have a couple of different new mods that I want to try out when I go again. I don't really want to add any more in-game or mid-game, but I'm always looking for new stuff. Someone else suggested synthetic start, which gives you a completely different beginning thing where you're a synth, which I don't know how that's gonna be, but it sounds really interesting to me. Okay, thanks Jester. And I was able to fix the body slide. I need to play with it more, but I'm excited to be playing with that a little bit more. It opens up options for sure. Okay, we got that. We're going to go this way. Oh, God, it's bright. That's because we have the night sight on.
You killed her.
Yep, we did. Ooh. So I think whatever weapon we choose out, I am going to do the 2-shot because I really am enjoying that. It's just easy peasy. And the big stuff we don't necessarily 2-shot. I mean 1-shot, but it just makes everything a little bit smoother going. Although, like I said, at this point, maybe it's not even a thing. We're just trying out different weapons. Oh, speaking of trying out different weapons, what did it? Number 7? Yeah. I want to add some more goodies to this one. Heard someone. Where are they at? Thought you could what? Alternate start is what I had on PC for a bit. Synthetic start is fun. Oh, you've used it or you've seen it? That's nifty. I think I would like an alternate start. I like starting new games and doing runs, but the beginning is very tiresome. At this point. I do use Soul Survivor, I think it's called, which does speed the beginning process up quite a lot. Unlimited resource shipment. Oh, in the game mods, not Nexus. Oh, okay. Sometimes there's an overlap. I'm gonna write that down. Thanks for that. Unlimited resource shipment. Although, like I said, once you get your network going, I feel like it's not as big a deal. You just deposit your junk and it spreads to where you need it to go. That said, I don't do a shit ton of crafting or building, just for me. But I haven't outfitted. Well, I don't have settlements yet for the most part. I haven't outfitted any of the settlers that I do have yet. Which, if I wanted to play like that, it would really go a long way to make sure they have what they need and they don't get hammered when I'm not there to assist. Okay, there's still someone here somewhere. Such a maze in here.
The jet will make you jittery.
Like, I always get everyone, but it always takes me a minute just because I don't know where I'm going. I think we still have one more level for the alright, one more level for the heavy guns too, so we're not like fully maxed out on that yet. Alright. Okay, no, this is entrance. Oh, this is the way we should have gone. Maybe. It's got a build mode. Okay. Most of the PS4 mods I was using years ago seem to be still be the best of their kind. Oh, cool. Cool. So you have an idea of how you want to mod when you do. Nave, thank you very much for the epic Blue's Clues Monk. Thank you. Good morning, Hawk. I hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a good day. The Armaldo escaped. Okay. Oh, do 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 do. Oh, you go to food. Sorry, I was like interpreting a little bit. You go to food, then miscellaneous, and it looks like a carrot, but it drops a book that you then scrap, and it gives you everything. Cool. Good to know. And that might come in handy. I don't know if that's one we'll add or not. I'm putting a list together to do a little play testing. That's exciting. Do 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 do. I'm glad that bombs glow. That's just nice. So you're not stepping on them, hopefully. Although when you don't have your what is it that helps you with that? When you don't have that skill set up, do you just not see them? Trying to remember how that works.
Hey.
Ah, ha ha ha. Do 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 do. I think this is the last one then. We'll just grab all that. Okay, and that's why I was hearing them, because they were up high. Okay, okay. Do do do. Right. Does it have all the mods that you need? Where are you not able to mod? Is that on Xbox? Does not do mods at all? If I look at the map, we're cleared now. Okay. Oh, you can mod on Xbox too. So, but you can mod. They're just a little more limited. Is that understanding correct? Do 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 do. Okay, back in the first person. Right, we got this. We got that. Oh, do 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 do. PS4 and Xbox mods are limited. Just because they're like official mods or just don't have the same kind of coding flexibility. Do 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 do. Because of that, modders preferring just because of modders preferring PC, and I would guess that has to do with knowing languages and knowing how to do. Just a lot of factors, I suppose. Modding is on my to-do list because I do have some plans. I don't know if I'll ever get to them, but I do have thoughts about certain things that I want to make happen, and it's just a goal. Okay, I think I got everything in here. Do 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 do. Right, did I get that toolbox? Yes. Do 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 do. Coding flexibility probably, I think too, and the impression that I get is that console coding is a very specific tool set. We're going backwards. Very specific. Oh yeah, we are. Tool set. So it's just an additional thing. Most people probably don't start there, I would guess. Okay, where is the out from here? This way? This way, probably. Do, 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 do. Yeah, okay, and this is... But this is the corner. There's a corner that I always miss in this one. Oh, right, that was blocked up. We were already over there. Do 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 do. Right, okay. And this goes into the church then, I think. Console commands aren't really a thing, so that limits a lot of what modders can do. We are at our 10-minute position for stream raiders. Over halfway through, so if you are doing that with us, that's a reminder for you. Okay. Right, and this is just where we came through, and we got people up there, so we're just going over and up. It's all good, Nightmare. You have to do what works best for you and your schedule. And oh, haha, buddy. Where'd they go? Oh, in the woods. Okay, so from here, wait, we need to check on our settlements, which are all connected, I think, but that one's at 76, this one's at 70. Okay, I'm gonna go up here. We're gonna check some stuff. Why are we at 70, not 80? Maybe he's lonely. Oh, I cannot fast travel. No. No. So I have a fast travel thingamabob, but it does not always work. Or it's glitchy. Oh. Or you just have to be further on in. Coffee and Bacon, thank you very much for the epic gold battle frame bomber. I thought you whipped up a lightsaber for a second. A butt saber, oh my god. Not the butt saber, right. Pigs really can fly, thank you very much for the epic monk. Parker, thank you very much for the epic F5, there we go. Epic F5 archer. Buttspot? Yeah, I don't know what Buttspot was doing. Okay, oh, is he
I'm feeling swell.
sad because there's no food?
Here in sanctuary.
I thought I put...
Prepared for the
That's why he's sad. Okay, you, even though... Oh, before we do anything, might as well take a stock of this.
heading to
Do 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 do. We do that. Do that one. Do our fusion core. Do 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 do. I don't want a pistol though. I would want a.
Who's that Pokemon?
Oh, we have a pie dove in chat. I have one already, but for the quest. Good luck to catchers, all catchers. I haven't tried any laser pistols yet. Do 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 do. Okay, we can sell back. Oh, give me these back. All right. Okay, but I'm gonna take you off the shop. You need to go work.
Just to make sure everyone filled out their...
I'm looking for weapons.
Oh no! Oh, that's just the same dialogue. I need to get into workshop mode and then do the thing. Good luck, catchers. Good luck. You should go back over here and work on some food. So Nick is over here also, but apparently he does not count for a person. Where was he at? Who caught it? Oh, hi there, and coffee and bacon guy. Thank you, or not thank you, GG, and better luck next time to the rest of us. Well, we have some stuff going on here. Like trying to just debate about how I want to do. This is fine. I don't think we need any repairs or anything. I didn't see anything about Sanctuary getting hit up. Okay, so hopefully his happiness goes up a little bit with the food. Hey, what are you working on, Nick? Unassigned. Here, let's put you on the shop, I suppose. Oh, hello? You're not supposed to be doing that. You're supposed to be doing... not that. Okay, I'm actually gonna make another shop. That makes them happier? Make Nick a bartender. What's that? Bar will be right here. That'll help. I just needed to miss one more Pokeball catch. Oh, so I'm happy I missed. Okay, good. Good. I forgot that that's sometimes a thing. Can do. Okay, Nick's gonna be a bartender. And even though he's not officially on the thing, that should help with happiness as well. This one's on food, but has not moved over yet. I mean... well, we have lots and lots of space for doing stuff. I don't really want to do it yet, but just kind of checking everything out. We're like prepped. Semi-prepped. I've done some work, but not a lot of work. Because obviously there's still stuff to scrap and... wait, there's a, Rowlet available in the quest. I have to, use Ultra Balls on flying Pokemon. Ooh. Good. And good luck. I have not looked at the quests. Are the quests like dailies? Are there dailies and weeklies? Or how does that work? Oh. I don't like it when my Pit-Boy bugs, because then I can't like eat or drink. I mean, it's fine, but aggravating as well. No idea. I need to do that too. All right. Oh, our snake is back. Here's Snake, Snake, Snake. Bye. How do I get my... The Pip-Boy bug is so annoying. Like, come on, you can do it. Do 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 do. It'll come back eventually. Do I have a bed here? I don't even have a bed here. What? We got dog meat. Oh, I didn't do anything. Holy moly. Oh, stuff is ready. Oh, sounds like Abernathy. Oh, never mind. I hear the bat and it makes me think there's like distant gunfire or something. Okay, we are doing our battle. Battle, 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 battle. Okay, let's see. I'm just gonna plop down high ground because we got stuff all around us. Good luck, everyone. Good luck. I think it's all weekly. Okay. That's what I thought too, but then I was like, wait, I don't know. Grumbling, thank you very much for the epic streamer artillery. Leroy, thank you for the epic pigs really can fly. Nib, coffee and bacon guy. I think I got everyone already, but I just want you all to know that I appreciate it a lot. Nib with the most kills in 3rd place. Pigs with the most assists in 1st place, and tech support is in 2nd place. And then, hi there, Leroy, Nib, Nightmare, and Risu all get extra goodies. When we get past 6 people, I might stop reading them out. But I love that everyone's participating, so I will continue to read them out until then. Just, I guess, gets to be a lot of names after a while. Okay, so that was the token chest. We're going up here, and then we'll be to the scrolls chest in about an hour. Okay, what do I still need? Still need buffing assists. They had a flag bearer person next to that, so just gonna continue with that, I guess. Thank you very much. And y'all go where you want, but that's where I set the plan out. Okay, we'll be back over here in about half an hour. Or so. Right, I guess we're gonna check Abernathy next. Oh, is that a chicken? Yeah. It is a chicken. Yeah, chick. Oh, and a rabbit? That's fun. Oh, I am hearing something. Oh, I was gonna... Oh man, that sucks. Oh, he's getting close. Is there one more? 2 more? Oh, there we go. We really need to make some Nuka Nukes. Okay, that's it. We are just we're gonna check on Abernathy. We're gonna make our rounds, and then we're gonna go down down to the marina, I think. And by rounds, I mean just oh, see, Pip-Boy is working again. That's good. Just to the spots that all have people. I know Abernathy was hit. I'm pretty sure Hangman's Alley was hit before. There's some antibiotics we need to make too. Come Come on. Is that crowds cheering? Because we landed it well? That's fun. Do 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 do. Oop. Do 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 do. Oh hey, come here. Come here. Got that already. Do 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 do. Okay, we are going into first person. I don't like melee in first person very well. We can do it, but it just feels a lot clumsier. And if you get staggered, it's I don't know, it's just more tedious in first person. Or it feels more tedious to me. Now what ammo were we supposed to get? Well, I guess we collected it. It's not on our list anymore. Do 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 do. Okay. Okay, do do. Okay, we got that one. Got that. Do 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 do. There is a crowd cheering. Nice. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Tech support, thank you very much for the epic diamond water monk. I like that skin a lot. Oh, there it is. We were in the right spot, but now it's officially recovered. Do 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 do.
Sweet.
Plenty of glowing fungus, which we really appreciate. We got that one. Those. Got that one. Did we get the... Nope. Alright, I guess it's time to go. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Adjusted this up a little bit because just have to adjust the other one down. It feels like I'm like at the big kids table or something. All right, okay, we're ready to go. Got that crossed off our list. Sorry if that was hard to hear there for a minute. Okay, we are going over to Abernathy. And we might as well just walk. Just gonna check to see how everyone's doing over there. I suppose I should eat and drink, huh? And we'll save over there as well. We have a happening in chat. Happening. What is that? It's just a tier C. Good luck. Okay. There we go. That hydrates and feeds us. Do 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 do. It's a baby Chansey. Oh, okay. Ooh. Do 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 do. Where'd my other guy go? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. The only problem that I have with the loot detector is it only highlights like valuable stuff, or stuff it perceives to be valuable. So if there's just junk left or meat or whatever, it won't highlight. Or I need to tweak it more to like include those things. I haven't like really sat down to like look through it, because it's been fine for the most part. But like, I know there was a second bloatfly there. I have no idea where it went, and I guess I could be like, I don't care, it doesn't matter. However, it would be nice, you know? Let's try out a clone ball, why not? And I'm the only one who caught it. That is rude, Pokemon. Rude. Good luck to everyone next time. GG. Sorry. Oh, kitty. This one is wearing, oh, this one's wearing Nyx too. Oh. No cigarette though. Oh, and the flower crown. That's cute. Hey, what are you doing here? Sorry. Let's see if we can move this off property so it's not bothering anyone. Just dump that over here in the bushes. All right. So we've done a little bit of building here, not a lot of building, but a little bit, fair amount. We can drop off our junk. We need to see what's been broken. Nothing's been broken yet. Their water's in. Everything looks to be in good order. Did I miss some of the plants might have been broken? But it looks like they're all their turrets are in place. You see any broken food here? Because I do not. Right? Hawk, right? Do you have a doghouse? Why do you not have a doghouse yet? We'll put up a doghouse. I think this is one of the first ones that I ended up getting. Oh. Got brick. That's a standard one. Oh, this one's nice. Let's do this one. There we go. Now the dog has a doghouse. Oh, do we have a cat bed yet? No cat bed either? Okay, I did stuff, but not really a lot of stuff, as you can see. Where is everyone? No one's... Oh, everyone's upstairs, I bet. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I need a table or something. I know, fun.
With that locket back, our Mary can truly rest in peace.
Good.
I just want to trade a few things.
Okay.
I was able to download all your DLC, by the way. Nice. Congratulations. Leroy, thank you very much for the epic gold donut musketeer. Thank you. So a clone ball literally clones it if you catch it, right? I'm still learning about all the different Pokeballs. Okay, okay, we're gonna do some editing. Okay, so I'm gonna put down a box to dump all my stuff into for just a minute. Just a minute, because I want to be able to edit their stuff specifically without getting it mixed up with my stuff. Containers. What's a good Josta container? Oh, you know, I should put a fridge somewhere just so we can have the magnets up, because we have a bazillion magnets now. I like these suitcases a lot. Oh, that's a dresser. Huh. Put up the rock. So no one knows what it is. No, actually, isn't there a teddy bear somewhere here? I think there's a teddy bear. Yes, teddy bear. Teddy bear just over here by the dogs. Hut is not suspicious at all, right? That's the dog's teddy bear. Oh, wait. I was gonna stay put. It like kind of fell over. Okay, I don't like that. Never mind. It can move. Oh, it can move. Oh my god. OMG. Okay. See if we can move it. That's goofy. Move it to be over here. Oh man, it's bright. Bright. So we'll leave it here, but that's not the container I'm gonna use. I need my container to be stationary. Stationary. Art, thank you very much for the epic Steuben. I don't know why I want to say Steuben like that, but it's built in. Steuben. Shadow Bummer, thank you very much. Okay, so I could just do a tool chest or hamper. So many options. Oh my god, you're so cute. Okay, I'm going back to the rock idea. Wait, yeah, the rock. Because that'll stay put. And then I know where it is. Okay, so basically putting everything in there. Oh, can I? Oh. To do everything by hand. Okay, I'm changing my mind a little bit. Just have to keep track of what I take off of him. And these, the Abernathy is like robot themed. So, just keeping that in mind.
Knowing she's got that locket back.
I'd like to trade some items.
Sure.
What kind of suit do I have? Because we could put him in like a suit. We just need to get a little bit more organized. Oh, I'm gonna pair the pack stuff with the robots. Operators, pack. Okay, he's using a 308 combat rifle. Okay, we're gonna take these all off of him. And we're gonna soup everything up real quick.
Trips to Diamond City. There's so much to see.
And then we're gonna go from there. Wait, do we have do we even have a table set up? No. Are you kidding? Alright, oh, maybe it's set up outside. No, the camp bench is in here. Food is there. Well, we have some like expansion to do. Not doing it right now. That's not my goal. But there really is a lot of work to do. Do 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 do. Okay. Set the workbench up right here. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do our armor bench here. Then we'll do Alright, and then we'll do the tool bench right here, and we're gonna give them a coffee maker. Do 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 do. Oh, it looks like we have a dog too. I forgot we had that there even. Get out of sneak mode. Do 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 do. Please be friendly. Yay! Okay. Can't name you, but yay! Okay, so that makes 2 dogs. We need another cat. So I'm gonna put a cat box up. 2 dogs and 2 cats is very nice for a small settlement, right? I think. Cat cage. There we go. And connect that like that. Alright. That's set up. And I gave them a coffee maker. Do 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 do. Okay, okay, they already have chem bench, they have coffee. I'm gonna move their food inside. And this whole area really needs redoing. But we're not doing an overhaul just right now. That's just not on the docket. However, I do want the people here to be a little bit happier.
Who's that Pokemon?
And I do want whatever workshop I'm at, or settlement, I want it to be like functional for whatever crafting needs I have. So we have a Pokemon in chat. It's a Gothorita. We are also under 10 minutes for our stream raiders. Oh, I'm going to do that one. We have one, but it's a tier B. Cypher Ball is recommended. Good luck to all catchers. Okay, so he had all robot stuff. Oh no, this is okay. He had a 308 something. Oh, I didn't grab that off of him. I grabbed his armor.
Huh?
We need a search function. Just saying. If I would be a little bit more organized and I wouldn't have all this crap in my back pocket too, that makes it easier. But we're not organized. We haven't settled down yet. We just did all the DLCs. So, I am taking these. GG. Hotkey caught that one. Good luck to all the rest of us next time. Right, okay, the helmet was an iBot helmet. So, going back up here. Can I modify these at all? Oh, I can put legendaries on them, but okay. iBot helmet. Polished metal, improved damage and resistance. Energy resistance. Okay, so we definitely want that. And okay, that's as good as that can be. And then the other bit was robot stuff. And I have not picked up a lot of robot anything lately, so we'll get those fixed up too. And then we'll just trade him out and fix up his weapon. Okay, that's what I'm using. Okay,
Every time we go to sell our crop in Diamond City, I say hello to Hawthorne. He's so dreamy.
He's so dreamy. That's cute. Okay. Robot. Oh. Should we wear a top hat for a little while? It has the sprinters on it. I'm making it unscrappable in case. And we're gonna put on our 5 legendary slots. And trying to think of what all our captain's hat has on it. This is not why I'm here, but I'm allowing myself to be distracted. I think I had this one on it, and well, let's just look. It's the captain's. Okay, and then the robot pieces we're editing up too. Okay, put that to heavy. And polished metal. And reduce damage from explosions. Dense. Ultralight build. Pneumatic. Reduces mag to incoming staggers. Increases duration of chems. Oof. Let's do this one. Okay, and then right. So that's the robot, that one we just did, and then this one. So I suppose this will use up all of our stuff in a jiffy. I say in a jiffy, but there's a lot there too. Reduce limb damage, yes. And then what about right arm? While blocking, reduce limb damage. I think it should be that one too. Okay, robot, and ooh, all the synth stuff. There's quite a lot of synth stuff. Ooh, look at all that. Synth. Oh, Captain's hat. I have sprinters and and milk of human kindness on the other one. Okay. Okay, we're gonna put that one on that too, because it's been doing us good. It's Oswald's hat, I think. That's a first, yeah. And it's all the RNG. It is all the RNG. Okay, oh. There we go. Don't tell strong. I just love that. Nucleostrictive. Reduces fusion core depletion rate by 30%. Yes, please. We're putting that on also because we're using the cores now a little bit more for our gun stuff. Oh, did that not go? Oh, there it is. There it is. All right. Let's see here. Okay. So, I'm just going this way. I'm just gonna drop this on us so still. I'm gonna like that. Okay, good luck everyone, good luck. Because we have to move up and over a little bit too, but we'll see. Y'all have just been taking care of everything, so it's not an issue. Do. Okay, Richard is in first place with the most assists, and then Art is in second with the most kills. Tech support in third place, and then extra goodies are going to Coffee and Bacon, Nightmare, True Beast, and Umbra. Good morning, Umbra. Alright, let's see here. Okay. Okay, from here, we're going up to the loyalty scroll chest. Very helpful. What I still need assist from buffing, assist from tanking, and healers. Okay, so healers is an easy one. I'm gonna do that. We'll go in the top right. Thank you all very much. Here we go. Okay, well done. Well done. We'll be back over here in half an hour. Thanks so much. Alright, rearranging here and readjusting how I'm sitting, just for comfort levels. I do like sitting up, but I also have to adjust all the time. Okay, we need to eat and drink, and we need to sleep. Okay. Oh, and what's the matter with us? We have parasites too. Gross. So, we have actual food, cooked food. Yes. I'm gonna drink that. Caffeine, everything, properly hydrated, good. And we're gonna eat stuff. All right. And then from there, we'll just take a snooze. No, we're gonna do our healing first as well. And then snooze. Oh, and then maybe make some antibiotics too. And we still have to edit some of the other people's stuff. Okay. Get a proper night's sleep. True Beast, Nightmare, Curad, thank you all for the epics. Thank you, thank you. Do do do. Do 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 do. Right. Alright, so wait, are you new? Who are you? Yeah, no. 5 people. Yeah, you're the bartender. Okay,
Yes.
okay, where is Blake Abernathy? Gonna give you your stuff back. Oh, and put him in a different looking outfit.
Just wanted to trade a few things.
Oh, I did up Oswald's hat and I still need to put it on. Okay. So, this is the iBot hat. There we go for that. And then, we have the robot stuff. He still needs a right arm and a right leg and a left arm. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that. And pack shawl, huh? The undergarments? What are those listed by color? Summer shorts, sweater, vest, and slacks. Oh, we have to ditch some of this stuff. Finger necklace, gross. Wasteland hipster outfit, that'll be a nice thing. Wear that instead. And then we'll take those away. Yeah, still need some armor, but looking pretty good there. We didn't color any of it up either, or try to paint it, but meh, it's alright. We have a Pokemon in chat. It is a Togedemaru. I don't know if I said that right. Okay, doing a little bit of quick editing. Cause this folder is missing. Yeah, this one, right? Just stick it right there. We're halfway through our placement period. If you are doing streamers with us, oh, I need to fix that. That is not Working well still. Do 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 do. Okay, do 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 do. Okay. Got that one, and then put that one here. All right. That was weird. Okay. Okay, that should be better. Do 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 do. You didn't know you had it already? Oh, no. Are we... Oh, I still didn't catch it. Too late. GG for y'all, though. GG. Do, 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 do. Okay, he is using...
Can we trade a few things?
Sure thing.
Sure thing. The Marksman 308. Do, 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 do. I guess we'll leave that. I don't have a strategy really for like how to arm them yet, so just want to try and protect them a little bit better.
Just looking to trade a little.
Do, 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 do. I'm gonna steal these. And this. Wait, what is she wearing then? Okay, we have iBot, robot. Oh, she has everything. Right arm, right leg. What did I say the other guy needed? A left arm, a right leg? Okay, this one's already good, but we're taking these. Oh, you know, I'm just taking all of it. Alright, and... I don't really have a replacement for this yet, so... Oh, the way. Oh, we need another doghouse, I guess. I'll put that here instead. Do 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 do. That's under decoration, and then. And then, I'm gonna put that in just so it's not like floaty. There we go. Still is a teeny tiny little bit, maybe a little bit, but not too bad. 2 dogs equals 2 doghouses. Do 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 do. I really need a search. Oh, you know, I could rename them to be, who is that, Lucy? Is that Lucy Abernathy who was talking? To their specific... This is Connie, right? Yeah, Connie. This is Lucy, okay. Alright. And I'm not going to worry about Blake's, but that'll help. Then everything is... okay. Okay, so we have another eyeball helmet. Hi Matt, hi, how are you? How's it going? Welcome on in. We are working on just normal Commonwealth stuff now. Making sure we're like checking on all our settlements and doing some adjustments there because we've neglected it quite a bit because we're in the Nuka world. But now we're pretty much done with Nuka world. Except for I have to go back and visit for tickets. Oh, okay. Rename this to be Lucy's. There we go. And then modify. How are you doing? I did. I did not wait out to get the raider stuff. I didn't get any of their perks, which were okay. I did 100% gauge. So that's nice. Oh, is there nothing else to do here? Okay, so that's Lucy's, and then the robot pieces. We got the power armor, the power plant connected. How many power armors are there in Nuka World? Because we found 8. 5 complete sets and 3 incomplete sets. And I read that there was a 9th, but I did not know where it was. Or I do not know where it is, so... NJ, thank you very much for the epic Daimyo Shinobi. Thank you very much. Okay, robots. So Abernathy is robot themed. And then we'll have a pack themed settlement and we'll just theme them all out. Because I don't have a favorite. We'll just take a look at how everything looks. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna edit them and then rename them. 2 unique. Right, and we got those. And I think it varies on the power armor and stuff. Okay. So I got the unique ones that are always there. And I got 3 different suits. 1 in the power plant, 1 in the bunker, and where was the other one? I don't know. I don't remember where the third one was, but the 2 uniques and then the 3 whole complete suits and then mishmash from around. Okay, heavy. Strengthened, yes. Right. And then I'm gonna rename this one to Lucy's. Right. Then we'll be able to find it easily. I mean, technically the first... Oh, right. And I don't even know what I did with that in particular. I thought I set it down, but I might have accidentally erased it. Because I put in the fizz top grill. Oh, and if that one was counted, that makes 9. I didn't even think about that. And killing with Squirtin is hilarious. Yeah, I enjoyed that too. So midway, I did install the fizz top grill enhancements, and I thought I grabbed everything. Oh, or maybe I did grab everything, and then I dumped it at... When we're back at Sanctuary, we should check. Because if I just dumped it at Sanctuary, that makes 9. Because I was not counting the overboss stuff. Okay, modify. All right. And then, so, renaming this one. Lucy's. I went back to 76. Had to quit during Settlers and Raiders expansion. Yeah? Good. 76 is fun. I've been having a lot of people tell me about what like level they are in the current board or the current season. That's cool. I've not been back in. I always debate about it, but I've just not been back in yet. I might, but I was hoping the pit was going to be a more expanded thing versus like expanded exploration area or map versus just another run. So I'm like, I don't know. We'll revisit at some point, or maybe I'll like wipe everything and like start a new character or something. I enjoy it quite a lot, but I feel like I run out of things to do after I get to top tier, and I don't really like to build that much. Or I do, but I have to be in the mood for it, and there's just a lot of stuff. 587 main feels so weak right now. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's interesting. 587. I think my highest is like 2 something. We have a lot of 76 players in chat though. Alright. Got that. And then renaming this one. Okay, and then I think we have one more piece. Oh, passed it by. Or maybe we don't have one more. Oh no, there it is. All right. All right. So that's 4 pieces for Lucy? Yeah. And then the eyebot helmet, which was already fine. I saw 8:43 last night. Oh yeah, there's some people. Who is it? Well, Kay is like super duper duper. Hi. Yeah. Yeah, Newt. Hi. Hi. And, Alexander, I think, just got to some super duper high level, like 5,000 or something. Really, really, really high level. Do 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 do. Okay, so I like that everyone has junk in the trunk now, but I kind of want to just make it unique to me, and so I have to figure out how to do that next. Do 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 do. Okay, so the eyebot helmet. Do 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 do. Oh, did I rename everything to be Lucy? I might have, because I don't see eyebot. Oh, yeah. I did. Okay. Lucy, 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 Lucy. There we go. All set. And then you don't have anything at all, so... I'm not playing with no weight, actually. However, we do have, a lot of stats on our current armor that we're wearing, and a lot, we have strong back maxed out. So it's not no weight, but, specifically when we're not under attack, we have AP stuff going on. I think that's the endurance runner, so it's not an issue anymore. Dude, I guess it equals to be the same thing. Though it's not specifically no weight, it's just the legendary that I have on. Okay, I'm kind of done with that. Their stuff is going up, their happiness is going up. That's what we wanted. And we made sure that everything, they don't have anything busted. And, we're waiting on a cat next. But, looks like we're good to go with that. They have 2 dogs and a cat right now. Okay. There's a Pokemon in chat. A Swirlix. Recommended Featherball. Good old Abernathy, right? Right. I like it quite a bit. We have not done much building here at all, just like bare minimum type of stuff. I would like to build everything up, though. I think when I originally started getting all my settlements, someone advised me to just pick out one settlement to really build up, and then from there don't worry about the rest. So I do like giving everyone like a better area Okay, okay. We checked on Abernathy. We checked on... Oh, Sanctuary is at 64% now? Why is that? Oh my god, Coastal Cottage has 8 people. I guess we should send some people around. Okay, they have... Oh, they only have 1 bed. Maybe that's it. But Nick doesn't count as a person. Oh, and it's labeled as 0 food again. I'm gonna go check that again. I don't know if it's having errors or if I put him on the weapons table and then I work my maps north to south normally in Fallout 4. We did this one really wonky. I grabbed as many of the settlements that didn't require anything that I could just get on my own. I'm mooing and echoes. Oh my god. So I grabbed all the sediments that I could. And you are supposed to be not here. I guess I didn't take. Oh, is he gonna just be stuck on the weapons bench now? Oh, okay, okay, okay. Maybe not. Okay, you. Oh, no, I don't want to move him. If I could just command him to go here. Will he move? Yes, okay. We're putting that. Putting it in the thing, because I want him to be on food. Yeah, unassigned. You are supposed to be working the food. That's why you're unhappy, because you have no food, because you didn't do the job that I told you to do. We'll take the weapons bench back out after we have more people here. Okay, so that should help with that. Okay. Oh, did I hot caught it. GG. I checked, but I didn't actually throw. That's right. Okay. If you did not catch it this time, perhaps next time, and good luck. Okay. So, happiness is going up. Okay. So, checked Abernathy. We need to check, Starlight Drive-In next, I guess. Where do we actually have people? Starlight, Abernathy, Hangman's Alley, which is at 96%. Okay, they're doing pretty good. Tappington is at 95%. That's pretty awesome. I guess we need to go to Coastal Cottage next because there's a lot more people than I thought. We'll send some people to Sanctuary. How's that? And then we'll come back and edit, maybe. Or... I mean, we have a lot of possibilities here. We just... A lot of possibilities, but we haven't done... I haven't actually set out to make more, to get settlements ready for anyone, so I will just send them to Sanctuary and we'll come back to Sanctuary and make sure they have beds and more food, and then we'll go from there. Okay, Coastal Cottage. 8 people. Oof. We have less than 5 minutes left for stream meter, so last call for units. If you're placing with us, that's a reminder for that. Okay, oh yeah, okay. How's this going? Food. You're unassigned, so you should go to Sanctuary Hills, right? And then, what happened? No one's working at a clinic right now. You should come work the clinic.
Got it.
Got it. You are on food. You're going where? You're on food and you're unassigned. Oh, you're the provisioner. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to. Ooh. Where's my bell? Do I have a bell? Ooh.
Coming in pretty good.
All right, taken care of. Oh, looks like we need a... It's almost busted. Do I have a robot repair kit? It's like in pretty sad shape there. Oh, hi. Thought you were dead. Come here. Now dead. Right. Oh, nicely done. Okay, good for that. Yes, we are going down here. Oh, we're not sparking anymore? Do they self-repair?
Pleasure to see you again, ma'am. Are you ready to depart?
Nope.
I
Nope.
just want to trade a few things.
Certainly. Help yourself, ma'am.
Certainly. I mean, if I can do robot repair kits. What's that under? That would be under aid, right? Maybe? No? Oh, no, there, it's under this one. Maybe. Right, okay, anyways, they look to be fine. They're not sparking anymore, so that's the main thing.
Might want to drop some of those things you're carrying.
Thanks for that. You might want to drop some of those things you're carrying. Oh, no, you're gross. Why do you do that? Because they're floating along out of range, I guess. Oh, that's battle time. Let me just get back onto our settlement and then we will go ahead and do the thing. Oh. All right. All right. Okay, cursing. Oh, who do we got? This is Coco Joe, bro. Barbarian. Nice. Curses. Okay, good luck, everyone. Good luck. boom, boom. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. All right. NJ in first place with the most kills. Unstable had the most assists in second place. Nightmares in third place. And Umbra, Coffee and Bacon, Risu, oh hi there, and Leroy all get extra goodies. Woo! Alright, so and then next is a Loyalty skin chest, and then it'll be the boss. Making good time on this. Okay, let's see. Okay. I'm just gonna put my tank out. Here. And thank you all very much. And if you need plans to follow, if you need plans to follow, there you go. Otherwise, go where you want. It's like we scaled up and down. That's weird. We oh, maybe we just made it to the next level or something. Cause our placement is big again. However, we have a lot more units on the board. We'll just see how this goes. Good luck, everyone. Good luck. We'll be back on the screen in half an hour or so. Thank you. Okay. I do like what we did here. I'd forgotten that we even did anything at all, but oh, okay, we have a dog. Dog ready to go. Hopefully ready to go and not a mean one. Still peckish. Okay, there we go. Nope. Oh, not a mean one. Are you okay? Yeah. Okay. What should we name the Rottweiler? Ruby? You don't look like a Ruby. Jumbo. Nope. Chant? No, no. I mean, that's a nice dog name, but yeah. A Zeus. Ah, that's a great name. Okay, Zeus. There you go. Glad we have a pup. Woohoo. So let's see. We have a dog. We gotta put out a dog house. Ooh, I like the look of that. Okay, I'm gonna go save and then see where we're at. Because I tried to reassign someone and I don't know that they actually went. At all. Oh, and they need like furniture. Can they just have beds? Did I put out? I thought I put out a picnic table too, but. We have a Pokemon in chat. An Oranguru. I think that is how you say that, maybe. Is it tier B? A recommended Cypher Ball. I never have what they tell me to do, so I just use Ultra Balls for everything. I feel ill because I have an infection. Okay, we're gonna stop to make some antibiotics as well. Because this is our last one for that. And we gotta put in some other stuff for them apparently, because they're sad.
Hey, I just wanted to introduce myself.
Oh,
We're looking
hi.
for someplace to make a new life. So here we are.
Here we
Just
are.
want to say
Good.
how grateful we are for the
Good.
opportunity. So let me know if you have anything you need me to do.
Sure thing.
Did you need anything?
I don't think so. Things are actually going pretty good.
Good. Good. All right. Do 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 do. Right. So that's good. I wanted to look at. Okay. So you should go to do 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 do. Sunshine, starlight. Where's sanctuary? Do we not have sanctuary on this list? I'm confused. Why is sanctuary not on this list? Am I just missing it? Nuka, Red Rocket, Dalton, Visitor Center, Hangman's Alley, Starlight. Oh, oh, if we screwed up the... Hello? Okay. Why is... We don't actually have Sanctuary? Is that a thing? Sanctuary's not on the list. That's odd. Okay, I guess we need to start setting people to another spot then. I thought Sanctuary. Let's look at our supply chains. We have people going to Sanctuary. We have a person there. However, so confused. I caught it. Newt caught it. Coffee and bacon. Oh, hi there. Is that everyone? Hawk is not in that list. Oof. Next time, Hawk. Next time. GG otherwise. Oh, and no, Newt caught it. Okay. Next time. Okay, I'm really confused as to why it does not want me to send it to Sanctuary. I guess we don't have Red Rocket connected either. That's weird. I guess we can start working on Kingsport. So we have three extras in Kingsport. To send to Kingsport, I mean. Okay, so what did you say? Kingsport? Because for some reason, Sanctuary is not on the list. There we go. You are going to Kingsport. There we go. And you are also going to Kingsport. If I can find it on the list. Is this just wonky? Because now Kingsport is not on the list. What's going on with that? Can I only send like one at a time? I'm worried about how this is working. Okay, so I have the fridge in. I have crafting area. Kingsport. I wonder if I screwed it up somehow. Because now Kingsport is not on, and I don't know if there's a rule about only one traveling at a time or the number of beds you have to have, but I don't think I have any beds at Kingsport right now. I'm just confused. Get our data. These at least are in alphabetical order. The other ones, are they in the order that, oh, I wonder, those both just have one bed. But it had like Red Rocket on it and stuff, which Red Rocket doesn't have any beds, so a little worried about that. What else? What else? So they have enough beds here. They need more food. They probably need more water. You should work on food. There we go. The apple trees always seem to unassign themselves. So, and we have a dog. What should we do? And we have a cat. We had like 2 cats. Oh. All right. I actually really like how I have it here. But I'm also like confused as to why those options were unavailable. So I'm gonna put another water thing in, and I'm also going to make another store. Real quick. Right. So we were using warehouse parts. Warehouse parts. Floors. Like this. And then we'll just extend. To our half wall here. Here, and then, come on, I saw you. Oh, I was gonna say, I saw you click in. You can do it. Storing that. And then the greenhouse walls and the greenhouse ceiling. Like that. And then tech support, thank you very much for the epic diamond water monk. Thank you. This one, I think. Or this one? What's the difference? I don't know. This one is fine. Go like that. And then we'll put our stairs back in. We probably need more stairs. Oh. And we need to get our miscellaneous back. Take off. Yeah. Alright, that's fine for that. Stairs. We have a bar and a clinic. What other store should we put in? A clothing store, maybe? Wait, what am I doing? Snap back on. You're just having trouble there. Maybe I need to do like bigger steps. Or, cause this one too. We'll do the stairs like that and like that. Cause it's just a little bit more downhill. That hopefully they don't like get stuck here still. I don't know. We'll just have to see. Okay, store. What kind of store should we do? I think so. I can do just a normal trader. Yeah, we should do that one first. Maybe. General store. Right here. And where did that guy go that doesn't have a job? You. Come work over here.
Got it.
Okay, so that should help with everything for that. And, that's pretty much okay. Where's our lantern at? Lantern. Here we go. Umbra, thank you very much for the epic diamond heroic centurion. Thank you very much. Hi Lena. Good morning. Happy Thor's Burgers. How are you doing today? How's your back? I hope you're well. Okay, so that's expanded. Happiness is going up. 8 people, but they're not out of anything. I'm gonna put up this one looks out of place. I mean, it's not, but there we go. All right. Mixed results. Not as bad as when bad, but not good. Okay, that's how I'm feeling as well. Which it's not my favorite. I hope it feels better soon as well. Art and oh hi there. Thank you very much for the epics. Thank you. Okay.
Who's that Pokemon?
We got a Pokemon in chat. It is a Q-font. Do 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 do. All right. Okay. I like this quite a bit. I'm gonna put up some. I think food extras. If I have any. Specifically the seeds that don't require a worker. Oh, but I guess I'm out. It's all the no, here's one. Do 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 do. Okay, I guess we need more seats, so we're gonna do miscellaneous starter box. Okay, now, again, just to get some extra food on the thing. Do do do. Who caught it? I caught it. Oh, hi there, caught it. Nice. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oregano. And parsley. And rosemary. Okay. Okay, so now they have 24 food. Should be alright for that. Okay, I'm gonna put another water in, and then we're gonna move on to we started with 8 people. We still have 8 people. I tried to send someone away, but I think it was glitching. I'm gonna try and put I don't know if there's enough room though. Do 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 do. What is here? Nothing is here. Okay, so there should be. This is just filler to make it look the same. Okay, okay, okay. So we'll see. It's a little bit overlapping, but if we can just make it fit and it does not stick out too much or at all. Oh, the power's on that side though. Crap. Oh, but that's not a problem. Ta-da! Now we have more water. Okay, easy peasy. And that's in there, and that's in there. Oh, no. Okay, they have enough water, enough food. I'm gonna do the... Oh, where is... I'm gonna take off their signal as well. Do 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 do. I forgot that appeared. Good thing I already know I have it. Oh, okay. Do 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 do. There we go. No more recruits. We're here. Okay, this is not pretty, but it is very functional. It's not horrible. Feel meh as far as my back goes. Better nerve-wise, but sore muscle-wise. Yeah. I think I just still have that pinch going on, and it's really hurting in the very specific one spot. And then fine otherwise, but I need that one spot to heal up. Oh, we do have a doghouse here. Gonna do a doghouse here? Maybe? Kind of out of good spots. I don't want it to be like away from people. Doesn't really make sense to me. So, do 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 do. If I do it here, no, that's gonna block everyone in. Oh, maybe not. I could do it like in the corner here. No, I think I'll do it here. Because we have 2 dogs now, I think. Wait, 2 dogs? 1 dog. Or wait, 1 dog. That was in anticipation of the dog coming. Right. Never mind. That's fine. Where is the dog? I hear it. I hear it panting. That's strange. Do we have an invisible dog now? Is it just like upstairs? Somehow it's on the roof. Okay. I mean, it's fine. It'll be fine. He'll just be on the roof. Okay. I guess we're done here. Just gonna go save, and then we'll go check on Hangman's Alley. No, we'll go check on Starlight, and then Hangman's Alley, and then still got work to do here, but I don't feel like doing that right at the moment. Or rather, I feel like making my own spot before I do anything else, because we're just hauling everything. All right. I suppose we can put it in a couch or something, and a lamp real quick. Do 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 do. Lamp. There we go. It's still really bare. Do 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 do. And I'll just back. There we go. Now everyone can pretty much see what they're doing. Oh. And there we go. Okay. Oh my god. That's a lot of stuff. Taking that with us. I don't remember why we stashed stuff there, but we already have a full load. Might as well take it all with us. 76. Damn it, 76. I'm supposed to be in bed. I just finished the dailies. I hope we get some good sleep. Almost rank 30. Ooh. Lena. Those look amazing. I hope you are completely satisfied with them. Amazing. Okay, you're off to bed. Okay, I hope you have a good night. I'm pulling up your page right now so I don't forget. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I just have to remember how to spell. Do 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 do. There we go. All right. All set. Okay. We have our Stream Raiders battle in just a moment. And I'll probably put up Stronghold, because that's a lot of people. Like, whoa. I mean, I don't know. Okay, good night, good night. Do 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 do. All right, I'm gonna put it right in here, and then we'll see how we do. Good luck, everyone. Good luck. Okay, thanks, Spot. Thank you. Do do do. Do do do. Uh-oh, we're splitting? Oh, well, yes, but no. Man, okay. So I think that is what happened. Like, they leveled us up. It's gonna be close. Do 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 do. Ugh. Okay, it's lost. It's lost. Okay, Umbra had the most kills in first place. Coffee and Bacon had the most assists. NJ in third place. Oh, that was first, second, and third. And we lost. So no extra rewards. We will try again. Continue. All right. Do 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 do. Okay. I'm gonna put up my healer, maybe. No, my flag. Here, and let's all try and go on the same side this time. All right. Since we already had a loss, I don't have a specific plan. However, if we're all on the same side, maybe it'll give us just that much more of a little boost. I say I don't have a specific plan. No, I do have a specific plan. So shields. I mean, tanks up in there, and then we want our melee folks. And ranged. Well, no, ranged and healing in the back, I guess. Right. We will do our best. We're gonna be back on this screen in about half an hour. Thank you all for your units, your support. Hopefully we're able to get it this next time. We'll see how we do. Okay, good luck in your placement. Have fun. We have a Pokemon in chat. It is Murkrow, and it's for the quest. So I think I already have one though, so I'm not worried about it. I just if we catch it, we'll trade it out or whatever. Okay, back to this thing. We're pretty good to go. I slept already, right? I don't actually know if I did. I think I did, but in case, I want to make sure. And then we're gonna go check on our next populated settlement. Do 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 do. Okay. Which? I'm gonna walk because we still have to do the witchcraft museum. That's on our list, the side list thing, but we're like just half checking in everyone, half half questing. Do 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 do. I caught it. Oh, hi there, caught it. Hot caught it. GG. I think that was everyone who threw a ball. So, GG. Okay. Yeah, we are gonna wander a little bit because magazine. It's not what I planned at all. We're not building or anything, but we are getting stuff. And we'll see. I'm kind of tempted to start again. I shouldn't. I should not. But I've not been satisfied with a way of us going through. I've just not been satisfied, and I think I'm gonna screw some stuff up by doing all the DLCs first. I'm a little worried about it being kinky. Only 4 more flying types. Whew. Okay. Let's see what you have.
Minutes to browse.
All right. Do 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 do. What are we gonna? Let's get these. These ones. These ones. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, that's fine. Okay, also, I want to be on gun 7? Yeah, this one. Do 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 do. Right, so we're headed over to the Witchcraft Museum. Leroy, thank you very much for the epic shinobi. Do 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 do. Oh, and we're like twisting around to this peninsula here, because I think this is like a museum. I don't know if there's a queen over here. I don't remember. I know there's a queen down here. We haven't been down here yet. But up here, I don't recall. Oh, speaking of queen. This one came back. Do 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 do. Do do do. We got her attention. See if we can kill her off before. It's slower than I thought, but it's still doing okay. And there she goes. Alright. Not too bad. Really loud. Do, 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 do. Like, oh. I don't know if I needed to pop that out or not. A lot slower than I thought. But, do, 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 do. Shadow Derby and Trubies, thank you very much for the epics. Ooh. Oh, hey. Hey. Awesome. Oh, no, 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 no! God damn it, right? Oh, there we go. There we go. Awesome. Good to know that I'm not just OP all over the place. Okay, that's a death for us. Do 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 do. There we go. That's number 57. Not too bad. Do do do. Also, a new gun. Rad Toad perhaps wants what? Oh, I think I want a Gatling. Do 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 do. We could sneak and then get 4 times the damage, which is nice. But I want to just I want to just shoot stuff. I don't want to sneak anymore. Do 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 do. We need medics and what? That's melee. Medics and I will take some jet. Medics and psycho. Where'd she go? Oof. That lit everything up. Do 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 do. There we go. And if we come on that frog again, we'll do the same routine. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. It was a legendary, so I don't know that it's gonna be there. We'll see. Oh, yep, it's not legendary. That's level 22. Alright. We're gonna go back and save our game. What else were we gonna level up? We were working, we have one more heavy gunner to level to do. We I don't know. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. I just realized we're going back over here to save specifically because level up, and I don't know when the last time I know I saved. Obviously we have our third store here and stuff, but I don't know if I grabbed all the stuff. So we're gonna check that. We're gonna level up our skill, and then we're gonna save. Oh, we did have that. Okay, okay. That's good, and we have our lights in. That's good too. What skill are we gonna level up? We have one more heavy gunner to do. Double damage. Ooh, double damage. Or, we got Scrapper to do still. Chemist to do still. Do, 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 do. We have one more refractor to do. That's a VATS thing. We have robotic stuff to do. Okay, well, let's do our heavy gunner, and then oh, I think, oh no, thank you for checking, but we have that maxed. We have Wasteland Whisperer and Animal Friend maxed out as well. We have Lone Wanderer maxed out. We have not done any commando, which I don't use automatic guns, but some guns, like the handmaids, require commando to do the extra cool edits on. Yeah, no, I appreciate you checking. I appreciate you checking. Okay, I think I'm gonna do heavy gun, and then we're gonna scoot around and get our scrapper in, and the what else were we gonna do? Oh, we could still do cap collector. We have some stuff to do. Okay, heavy guns first. Okay, and then saving our game. Saving our game. Right. We are almost halfway through our placement period. If you're doing that with us, that is a reminder for you. How much water do we have? 24. We should be okay to go for now. We got stuff. Yeah, we'll just pick stuff up as we go. Okay, have a good session, okay? We'll talk to you later. And Onyx, thank you very much for the epic Josta 7 flag bearer on the battlefield. Thank you. Okay, from here. Different time of day. Our goal is to get around here and get the museum done, and then I guess we're gonna walk. Because we still have a bunch of magazines we haven't done. We didn't engage in a lot of different things before, but I feel like now's the time. And when we get to our home territory, or our place that we want to call home, we'll get to it when we get to it, basically. Nice. Oh, whoa, that's the wrong gun. Not the thirst sapper. Although we like that one, I don't know if we're gonna utilize it more. That's a great way to accidentally kill ourselves, though. Baby shark. Is it 6? No, 7. Well, this is not the one I wanted, but, double damage, huh? Not too bad. We have a pick-a-peck in chat for the weekly quest. Charlie's dreaming. I don't know if y'all can hear him. He's like, woof, woof, woof. Oh, yeah, Sandy Coves. Okay, yeah, let's do it. And Salem, right. Butt spot getting called out by the other bot, right? Buzzbot is cute, always trying to catch. Oh, that's what. Okay. Speaking of bots trying to catch, I was like looking at commands yesterday and like, what the heck are these commands? They were the Albiero commands. You can make Albiero, or I can make Albiero try and poke catch. But it's just really funny. Oh, do we have any books to return? We might return overdue books. Yes. 2 removed. Okay. Awesome. I'm glad it tells us because I didn't actually know if we had any or not. Wait, let's go talk to this person first.
Welcome to Sandy Coast of the Moscow. How may I...
GG. Is that all of us? Yeah, I think it is. GG. I'm checking in.
I'm checking in.
Mm-hmm.
My family filled out the paperwork earlier.
Okay.
Welcome.
Got a room key.
Put you in Gladys's old room. Take the back stair and it's the first door on your left. Have a nice day.
Have a nice day. Did I just hear a bug? I think I did. Do 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 do. All right. Leave me alone. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. So this gun actually has mutant slayers on it, but I don't think we put anything else on it. I'm interested in boosting it up a little bit. It's a mutant slayer something. Gatling. Oh, actually have 2 of them. What? That's weird. Mutant Slayer's Gatling laser. But I like the damage it's doing or the speed that it does. 1440 DPS. Pretty amazing. We could definitely improve it. We haven't like edited it at all. You got it! Good. GG. Do 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 do. Oh, I was gonna make antibiotics. Let's do that real quick. Do 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 do. Awesome. I don't need right away. Where's 2 packs? Do 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 do. For 8 minutes. Let me take care of that. Oh, quick minutes. Yeah. Do 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 do. All right. Okay, we got that. Oh, not that though. Okie dokie, okie doke. Oh, hungry. Do 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 do. And I actually don't have that much in this one to eat. And that's fine. I took care of it. But something I learned just recently, if I'm hungry, I don't get the bonus benefits from the food I'm eating. So we have to remember to eat something plain first to fill up our hunger bar, and then if we want anything else, anything specific, we need to eat those things last. Do 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 do. Okay, Gladys's room. Hey, kitty. There we go. There's a key. Do 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 do. Is this an extra room? There's no key in here. Do do do. Pigs and oh hi there. Thank you very much for the epics.
Bingo.
We got Ethel and Catherine. Do 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 do. And Randall.
More visitors.
More visitors.
Convalescent home.
Combat initiated.
Oh, there he is. Is that everyone? Don't remember if more people pop out or not. Not everyone. Oh, well, there we go.
Please stand still.
Please stand still. No. Where did he just go? Do 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 do.
Terminating any hostile life form.
Do stand still.
Alright, yes. Legendary Seeker, huh?
Sustaining damage. System
Little peace and
offline.
quiet at last.
Safe cracker. Do 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 do. Okay, yeah. Do 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 do. Huh, nice. I hope so, and thanks. So I there. Thank you. That's amazing. Okay. We need. We got Ethel's safe. We got Catherine's safe. And Randall's safe. We still need Edward, Mortimer, and Margaret. And I don't actually remember how to get into that one. Maybe through here? Okay, oh, what bone?
Through.
Aha. Security alert, security control. Here we go. Open. There we go.
Hell yeah.
There's our surgical journal. Syringe gun. Alright. So, who'd I say? Mortimer, Edward, and Margaret. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Got it.
Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. Okay, got our stuff. Oh. Do, 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 do. Ooh, lunchbox. Sweet. Right, okay. Got that one. Okay. From here. You have to go... Oh, okay. Go around... Not through there. Through here, I think. Oh, wait. Oh, we're just going in circles at this point. Right, okay. Oh, this is where we started. Okay. There's Gladys's room. Nothing in the suitcase? Alright. Do 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 do. A lot of stuff in Gladys's room. Oh, can't pick that up either. Got it. Ooh. Alright. And then Mortimer, Margaret, and Edward must be on the first floor, I think. Unstable, thank you very much for the epic. Do 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 do. Hi.
Bingo.
There we go. There's Edward's key. Onyx, thank you very much for the epic. Justice 7 flag bearer. That never gets old. I love it. Thank you, thank you.
Good day to you.
Good day to you. Okay, Alright. Time for battle. Do 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 do. Oh, and I should go take another stretch break. Okay, now. What do y'all think? Do I need to... I'm gonna put Stronghold on again. Just like right in front of us. And off to the side a little bit. Okay, good luck, everyone. Good luck. Do 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 do. Alright, y'all did it this time. Nice. So hi there in first place, 17 kills. Delusional Raptor with most assists in third place, and Chubis is in second place. And then Leroy and oh hi there get the extra goodies. Oh, and I got a skin. Cool. Got a Gearbot tank skin. Do 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 do. Okay, and now it's boss time. Boss hype. Boss hype. Do, do, do. Oh, we have a Fletch Einder in chat, tier B. Also goes with the weekly quest. Do, 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 do. Alright. For this one, I guess I'm gonna start on the top left. And I'm gonna stick my tank out. Thank you very much. Do 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 do. Right. So if you have a group that's not with the main group, y'all try and remember to like put a complete grouping in. So like make sure there's a healer and a tank and a melee or whatever. Just there's a nice little group. If you put them all together, should still be able to get at least a little bit along the way. So, all right. But thank you all for all the units. I appreciate that a lot. We'll be back on the screen in half an hour. Boss fight, woohoo! Oh, I got it. Nice, and sorry to anyone else who did not catch it. Apologies. Next time. Okay, okay, we got these. This was Edward's key, I think. Went through there, went up there. And this is who? Mortimer? Or, Margaret? Margaret, okay. I like how they all have their own, like, hobbies. Nice. Whoa. Hobbies. Do. Right, and then Mortimer is the only one left. Where's Mortimer's room?
Good day to you.
Good day to you. Oh, this must be it. Well, I think. Or this one. Maybe? Maybe. Maybe not. Mortimer, where are you? Oh, that just goes underneath. And then we have additional. This is Mortimer's room. That's right. He's a sailor person. Or navy or whatever. There we go. Mortimer's key. And we are done. Oh, right. Aw. I love all these model ships. Alright. Do. Alright. And we're good to go. Alright. I'm gonna save real quick. If I can. Not there. I don't know if there's just an empty bed somewhere.
Hello there.
Nope. I mean, you'd think there'd be, but they might all be taken. Taken or no mattress. Or both. Oh, Gladys's room is empty. There we go. Rude. I know. NJ, Grumblin, and Tech Support, thank you all for the epics. Oh, I said I was gonna go take a break. Now's a great time to do that. So, I am going to go do that, and I'll be back in 5 minutes, more or less. Alright, we'll see you all very soon. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for all the units. 5 minutes. finally got my shake made for the day. I did not leave myself enough time this morning. I was too sleepy. So I just prepped part of it. So I just dumped the other part in real quick. And now we have a shake. Okay, we got everything, everyone. We saved. Time to move on. If we can remember how to get out. Yeah, this way. Do 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 do. Ooh. Do 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 do. Good day to you. Oh, we have a couple more books to turn in as well. Yes. We got 4 more just now. Oh, no, I wanted to see... We have how many tokens? 81. 14 tokens for potato crisps. That's goofy. Here, we'll buy pencil. And also a pencil. We'll just buy all the pencils because it has lead in it. And we have extra tokens. We need 51, I believe, to get the magazine in the Boston Library. Alright. We are almost halfway through our placement period. So if you are doing that, that's a reminder for you. Right, what next? Oh, is this where we get like Old Bertha? Is this area? Yeah. Some Mirelurks, cool. Big fish!
It's gonna take a lot more than some big fish to scare me.
3 Mirelurks to kill? Oh, there we go.
You picked the wrong day to tick me off.
Alright, talk to Barney.
I ain't running out of ammo anytime soon, Krabby.
Krabby.
Are you crazy? Get out of the street before any more of them catch wind of you. Look, I'll open the gate and you get in here quick. I'm gonna
Get
let
in
you
here
the
quick.
bunker. Don't make me regret this.
Don't make me regret. Alright. Do. He's going in the bunker. Alright. He's going in the bunker. Do. Yeah, we're not doing any of that right now. Bunker time. Okay. Okay, Hardlark. Okay. I love you. Reba, I think. Yes. I believe you are correct.
Hey,
Lady, did someone drop you on your head as a baby? Or did you have to work to get this stupid?
this place seemed empty. I thought everything was
We have a
okay.
pharaoh seed in
You
chat.
go walking into every empty town you come across, assuming everything is going to be okay.
I do not have that one.
That you're not a corpse already. Luckily, I've got Reba here to help me crack those crabs wide open. Isn't that right, girl?
Reba?
Who's Reba? Are you talking about your gun?
She's not just a gun.
We're at
She's
49
top of
and
the line,
59.
Best gun in the Commonwealth.
Oh,
Oh,
hold on while I'm thinking about it. EB poke catch. Is that it? I don't know if that worked. Do 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 do. Stick in. You do not have that one. Good luck. Good luck. Do 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 do. Okay, I don't know if that's the right syntax, but that's for Albiero catching. Oh, it escaped. All right. I'll have to double check that, but I made a button. Do 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 do.
Barney Rook, commander of the Salem Volunteer Militia, at your service. I'm also the quartermaster, sergeant at arms, and scribes for all official meetings. This here is Reba, but you two already met when she saved your life.
Is it just the two of you? Where's everyone else?
Wasn't always just two of us. Now, I'd love to sit here gabbing all day like a couple of housewives, but we've got some work to do. And by we, I most
Housewives.
definitely mean you. Before you showed up, the Mirelurks had been mostly quiet, and those that were a problem were quickly dispatched by my turret defense system. Since things had been quiet lately, I took the turrets offline to conserve ammunition. Obviously, they need to be reactivated.
Obviously.
That's your mission, soldier. I'm going to continue to hold down the home front while you go reactivate the turret.
Okay, does he have
Sounds good.
a
Of course it
weapons
sounds
bench, do you
good. I'm a
think?
tactical genius. Smartest man in town, as a matter of fact.
The only man in town?
Easy enough to find. They're up high in strategic locations around town.
Strategic locations.
All your noise probably woke up more crabbies and other mirelurks.
Crabbies.
Town could be crawling with them by now.
Alright, okay, we're set to go. I'm gonna go into first person for a minute. We're grabbing all the stuff. I think there's a magazine here, but we might have to, it's like in the, yeah, in this area, I think. Wait. Oh, no, it's not.
Bingo.
Incorrect. There's just additional loot in there. Ballistic weapons permanently do 5% more critical damage. Plus 5%. Oh no, I'm carrying too much. Okay, we're gonna save after we pick up all the stuff. And we gotta eat. And I'm hoping there was a bench upstairs. There was a bench upstairs, a weapons bench or a armor bench. Was not paying close enough attention. I want to say it was armor. But I guess we'll see. Oh, it's Neb. Thank you very much for the epic marble flying rogue. I only ask because I want to do up our gun a little bit more. And he does not have a workbench in here? That's a little bit hard to believe. Maybe the workbench is in here. I mean, and we're fine. We're fine, but I wanted to add stuff. Oh, and I still gotta eat, so we'll do that too. Well rested, woohoo! Bun, thank you very much for the epic Justice 7 flag bearer. Thank you. Okay. Excuse me. Right. Let's go do this. Do 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 do. Okay, checking the bench real quick, but I think it was an armor bench. Yeah, it's armor. Ooh, there's ammo up here. What does that fuse box activate? Interesting. I don't know that I've ever seen that before or ever paid attention to that. Okay, getting all of his thingamabobs. Do 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 do. Gonna have lots of crabby meat. Heard an additional someone. Oh, we got babies hatching. There we go. And eggs, I love me some eggs. Okay, activate. That's 1 of 5. Am I sick? Of course I'm sick. So it's not super fast, a little bit more of a challenge. We can still edit it quite a bit. It makes for fun though. Okay, we just did that one. It kind of goes round in a circle, right? Ish. Do do. Come back here. I just want to say hi with my gun. Do 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 do. All right. Okay, winding around to the next turret spot. Do 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 do. Not much there. Where is the next turret spot? Ooh. Yay for the stagger action. Ooh, there's two of them now. Spin up again. Spin up. Oof. That's the problem with spinny guns. Gotta get them to spin before they go and do the thing. Okay, we have more of these. All right. Now, I don't think there's a turret down here. But those all would have come out at some point otherwise, so good to take care of them. Art, thank you very much for the Epic Steuben Shadow Bomber. Thank you. Oh, these are just stock stuff. Ooh, and more eggs. Baby lurks. All right. Junkity junk junk junk. Tutu. And that's empty, and these are empty. Always good to check them. I like being thorough.
Who's that Pokemon?
There's a Pokemon in chat. It's a Gostafleur. A recommended feather ball, tier C. Ooh, I guess we're sitting down. It's not what I meant, but alright. Good luck to all catchers. Oh, and speaking of stuff, it is time for battle. Right, let's do that. Do 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 do. I am gonna put this here or so. Good luck, everyone. We'll see how we do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yay, we got our guys. Do 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 do. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You can do it! Nope. Alright. It's up to us, but we got it, right? Yeah, we do. Woo! Alright. Azul TV in first place, Scarla in second, and Apex in third, but Neon Holt had the most kills, and Azul had the most assists. Whew. And then rewards go to Onyx and Umbra and Risu. Excellent. That was boss number 315. Wow. Y'all, thanks for helping me keep on going. Okay, let's see. If we go along this route, we'll get the scroll chest. If we go along this route, I hear the gold chest and the scroll chest. So let's do that along the top, and then to the scrolls, and then to the boss. Okay, and then what do I still need? Assist from tanking and assist from buffing. So I'm just gonna flip-flop. Yeah, let's go on this side this time. Thanks. And let's all stick together on the same side. Just because we had trouble with this one in particular last time. We'll see how we do. Okay, thank you so much. We'll be back over here in half an hour. Back to killing Mirelurks. Excuse me. Killing Mirelurks and picking up junk. We have 4 more 4 more turrets to turn on for that. Ooh, nice baby lurk bunch. Alright, turrets. Almost turrets? I mean, I like skirted around them, I guess. Oh. I just realized I maybe could put them on. I want to clear this one out. Can I? I can't ignore that one. Okay. Well, good. Under miscellaneous, right? Yes. Activate. Turrets. We already claimed our stuff. Examine. See Abbott. Witchcraft Museum. We're going to be doing that very soon. Right. So turrets. Now we have the markers on. This is my 3rd favorite game and almost 900 hours of it. Nice. What are your first 2 above that? This is my favorite game, I think. I rotate through, but this is definitely the game I have the most time in. No, wait. No, that's not true. I have the most time in 76. Fallout 76. Which is interesting, because I haven't really spent a lot of time in 76 lately. But, ooh. But I have like 2,700 hours in Fallout 76, I think. This one, I'm almost to 2,000. The Forest and Master of Orion. Ooh. So I'm familiar with the Forest. I've not played all the way through it, but I like the building system in that game. The zombies kind of scare me, the cannibals. So that's a thing. However, pretty cool. What is Master of Orion? I am not familiar with that one at all. Turret? 44, up there. So we have to find our way up to the top of this building. Is it the same type of game? Survival, craft building? Or is it, sound? It does not sound like it, but, I'm curious. It's a 4 times, strategy game from 1996. Oh, that's cool. Very nifty. Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. So wait, we did this one already. Was there like a separate spot to do? Oh, there is. I did this side. I did not do this side. Okay. Okay, so next. So 4 times or 4x strategy. It's like a board game type. Activate. Okay. Next is over here. Oh, and we're falling down. All right. Oh yeah, I see it right there. Did we get all the lurks in the area? I don't know that we have. Oh, fat man. Good, good, good. I like all the supplies that are coming with these. Just did a whole playthrough through a Fallout 4 and ran out of quests. So I was like, I guess I'm done. Oh yeah, do you like the building system and do you have the DLCs? That's amazing. I don't know that I've ever been all the way through. I've completed the main story and with the first playthrough that I did, I think I did most of everything. But since then, I just get really distracted with building, or I just haven't made it all the way through. And it's not been the same game. I've like restarted so many times because of updates to mods and things like that. Okay, that's number 3. Is building settlements. Okay, cool. Cool. I like building when I'm in the mood for it. I have to be in the mood though. If I not wanting to mess with it, I'm just like, no. So I end up, a lot of times I end up with like partial settlements. Or partially built settlements. I do like seeing what all I can do with them though. For sure. It's like civilization in space. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Are you able to play it still if it's from 1996, or like, is it been remastered or anything like that? Okay, that's ported up, so I have to go back up here and then back down. Okay, next one is on the ground over here, or up in the church. Do 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 do. Oh, I see you over there, hanging out. Oh, are they gonna come around the corner here? Must. Oh, DOSBox, right? Cool. I messed around with DOSBox a little bit. It's been a while, but I really wanted to see if I could. There's an old Interplay Lord of the Rings game that I love. I don't know that I can't remember. I didn't really. I don't know if I got it working or not. It's been a really long time. I probably still have all that stuff even, but I would have to dig around and dig it up. The Lord of the Rings game though is like one of the first games I spent any amount of time in, aside from Commander Keen. I did spend a lot of time in Commander Keen too, but it was like choose your own adventure. Lord of the Rings, really cool. Had like a bazillion different endings to do stuff. And like you can toot around in the mines of Moria, and like there's all kinds of secret areas, and just with such an expansive lore set and universe, and they utilized it quite a bit. It was really cool. There's a similar game that's out that's more easily played, but it doesn't quite have the same feel to that original one. We need to go up here to right in the church. It's very quiet. There's an 8-ball in the pulpit. That's really funny. You can just see like a minister checking the 8-ball for stuff during the sermon. Goofy. Grabbing all the stuff. Grabbing all the stuff. Come on. There we go. Oof. Have you played any newer Civilization games? I have a couple similar space ones where you like just make everything up about everything, but they're so complicated to them. I have a hard time even getting started. It's just a little overwhelming to me. Like, I like the premise, the idea of it, but I'm just not a writer, and I don't think expansively like that in terms of character creation or world creation. And I could, but it's just something that I really have to work on, and I don't feel like my skills are up to par in that category. Right. Oh, missed some water. And a teddy bear. Salem Sunday. I got Stellaris, and it looked like a full-time job learning how to play. Yes, that's my thought process too. There's Stellaris, and there's like Galactic Empire or something like that. I think they're similar, but it was just a lot to chew on. And again, like, even though I like the idea of it, I don't have that much brain power for that kind of thing at the moment. Maybe at some point. I'm actually hoping, because I have a lot of different like learning goals and things like that. I'm hoping that once some of my kids are done with high school and managing some of their own schedules and stuff like that, I'll have a little bit more brain space for that. At the moment, no. There's a Pokemon in chat. It's a Gastrodon. Tier B. Alright. Oh, I need more balls. Right. I love learning things, but just lately, in the last couple years, I would say, just have stalled quite a bit on anything that I have to really focus on. I just don't have the focus power, the brain power to slog through the stuff that I need to hone in on. Do 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 do. All right. So we have to go back and talk to Barney, and then he'll be like, "Here's Bertha," and then we'll be on our way, I guess. Do do do. Okay, I missed that one. I got these though. Who caught it? I caught it. I'm the only one who caught it. Really, really RNG. That's not nice. Did you? Oh, you did. Okay. I am really sorry. That no one else caught that. I guess next time, better luck. I don't know how they decide RNG. It's just literally a roll of the dice.
Hey, Barney.
You did it, didn't you? I could hear that sweet, sweet machine gun music all the way
Sweet,
down here.
sweet.
You almost caught me and Reba mid-waltz.
Okay, is that it? Now I'm covered in crab guts. Huh.
Is that it? Will they come back?
They might, but they'll have something to think about if they do.
Mm-hmm.
Now, about that reward. Here's a key to my workshop in the bunker. Reba 2 should be sitting on the table in there. I'd say you earned her.
Reba 2.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I believe today is earmarked for some target practice.
All right.
Volunteer militia never rests.
Never rests. All right. Okay. So workshop, actual workshop, so we can do some editing. Yeah. Okay. Do. Not a whole lot of stuff. Some more flares. Just sell those. Reba 2. 50% damage against Mirelurks and bugs. Requires 3 or 8s. Huh. Alright. Okay. Our Gatling gun. I'm going to label it so it's at the top of the list. Now, hopefully, I mean, they're categorized by gun type. So, I mean, we'll see. I can't sort them, which is a little bit unfortunate. They're all the way at the bottom. All the plasma. Batman. Striker. Here we go. Okay. Rename. Oh, if I take this tag off. Well, no, I am gonna take the tag off just to see. No, I'm not gonna like put my name on it. Just a star should be good enough. And then, no, I am. Rasta's Gatling laser. When I tried to do this quest, I found the guy dead next to a dead raider, and no console commands could fix it. It was sad, but I have 3 roots. That's sad and also interesting. Like, it's just sometimes stuff happens. Another sad thing, I sent in one playthrough, I sent the sales guy from the beginning of the game back to Sanctuary, but he literally died right outside of Good Neighbor. So no sales guy. Okay, so I renamed this one, and should be it's at the top now because I took the sorting tag off of it. All right, we are going to modify. Okay, photon exciter adds burning damage, improved damage. Oh, we don't have stuff. Enough stuff for these? Yeah, we need silver. Okay. Oh, we could do maximize capacitor though. Better damage. Superior damage. So this is the one we want to go for, but we don't have enough gold right now. So we'll go maximized for right now. And then standard barrel or charging barrels. Oh, we need lots of stuff now. I'm gonna tag for that. And then sights for reflex sight. And then a muzzle beam focuser. Better range, accuracy, and recoil. Alright. So we can't really edit it very much. We still need stuff. I'm gonna make it unscrappable so I don't accidentally... Any of the weapons I use a lot, I try to put the unscrappable option on it. So, oh, you love the lever action rifle. Thanks for hanging out through the ads. That's very supportive. I like the lever action. I like the 2-shot stuff. I don't know what I would want to put on here. Or it has mutant slayers already. We can add up to 5 slots, but I don't know. We could do acid damage. Ooh. And 50% reduced damage ballistic resistance for 5 seconds. Stacking. Do assassins. Bashers. Berserk. No, that does not for us. Blazing. On block. No, that's not helpful. Blocking or sprinting. We don't really sprint around. Critically. Oh, right. That's not what we need. Deadeye. I like the Deadeye quite a lot, but it gets old after a while, too. Executioners. Oh, that's what we should do. The, not executioners. The, okay. Safe, I was gonna say safe traveling. Anyways, have a good rest of the afternoon with your family. Take care. Thanks for hanging out and thanks for all the units, for sure. We'll aim it down sights. Incendiary. Instigating is what I thought. Is that like way OP? Oh, we could do radiation damage. Ballistic only for 2-shot. Oh, it's not 2-shot. If it took more than 1 shot, 100% damage. Okay. Junkies. We're not doing junkies right now. Kneecapper. Oh, we'll do... What's the weight on this? Oh, yeah. Well, it doesn't really matter, but that's handy. We're just carrying everything around, so... Shooting bullets, not cool enough for you. 100% damage, 50% cell charge. Oh. No, thanks. Medics, mutant slingers. That's what we got on it already. Unlimited ammo capacity. See, that's dangerous. Nimble. Nocturnal. Right. Overpowering. Wait, not power attacking. Plasma infused. Let's do a plasma. And, Poisoners, powerful. Quadruple ammo capacity? Quick draw. Nope. Faster fire rate. Ooh, yeah. Rapid. Okay, we'll see how those have it first, because it's already pretty fast. And I like the additional reload speed though, for sure. Right. I think we got everything. Desert Fox, thank you very much for the epic Freya Centurion. We're almost to the last call for units. So if you're working on that, that is a reminder for you. Battle is in 7 minutes. Okay, I'm going to eat and drink and then take some medicine. No, take medicine first and then eat and drink and then rest. And we should be good to go on our way. Okay, that took care of that. Then, I really need to cook up a lot more. Okay, we're fed properly. Good sleeping. Right. Oh, we ate, but we did not drink. Whoops. Okay, time to go. Okay, so we got that magazine, right? That was a Guns and Bullets magazine. There's another one. Oh, and we got the Sandy Coast magazine as well. I think. One was a Sneak magazine and the other one was Guns and Bullets. Right. Okay. So we're gonna go down here to the what is that called? The hole, the pit, what is it called? I don't remember. But we're gonna go and do the thing, and then we'll be at the lighthouse. And oh no, we're gonna do the thing and then be at the witch museum and then the lighthouse. Oh, actually the witch museum might actually come first. Yeah, witch museum first, and then the nuclear place there, and then the lighthouse. Oh, I guess we should just be on the road. Take the road out of town to get to the witch museum. Wait, is it which way? I want to go west. Okay, this way. Oh, didn't go in here. Ooh, all the clothing. Casual outfits, hats. Alright, looks like that's all that's in. Oh, nope. This stuff will all just sell because it's all grody looking, all dirty and stuff. That's fine. If I could launder them, I would. Some of them are nice, but they're not outfits that I'm like super keen on. Oh, west. I like the t-shirt, stuff from Hubris a lot, but I'm really sad that you can't wear leg armor with it. That just does not make sense to me. Okay, there's a bed. Where at? Oh, we have a Pokemon, a Blipbug in chat. It's a tier C, but it's for the weekly quest. Like, trying to remember where exactly the bed is, and it might not always be a bed. It might be one of those random spots. Oh, up there, that tarp, I think. In case we have a bad time, which I don't know. We'll see. I'm used to sneaking through, so I'm a little nervous. But so far, we've handled everything pretty well, so it's probably fine. So this is the random spot, but here's a bed. Yeah. I don't know if there's always a bed here, but I just remember this being here, so perhaps. And then it changes from game to game or encounter to encounter as to who else is here. I think the last time I was here, there was the bar person, one of the bar people. Just a settler. You okay?
Excuse me.
Oh, boy.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, nope, we're going away. Oh. Is he gonna tell us about the canning place, though? Oh, we caught it! GG. Some of us caught it. Better luck next time, for those of you who do not. Have we got the... Oh, we already went too long. We didn't clear it, though. We just went by it. Right. Time to go into the museum. Bloody Boxer, thank you very much for the epic vampire. Okay. Do we just take the head? Oh, I just took the helmet, maybe. Ooh. Okay, holotape. Private. Okay, on the holotapes and notes. Private heart.
Jeffries, Lee got the recorder working. So this the sort of detail you had in mind when you signed up?
Nope, and here we go for that.
Luggage from Linwoods for some robot butler.
Okay, I'm gonna put... I'm still gonna go high ground this time. Because we have some people in there for that, right? Oh, well... Hold on. Who all do we have? Bomber, Listier, Healer, Archer. You know what? No, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna do the stronghold thing. Okay, good luck, everyone. Good luck. No, okay, next time I need to put it tiny bit higher. Oh, they're still covered. Never mind. It's alright. Woohoo! Alright, tech support in first place, shoot radar in second, resuit in third, tech support had most kills, shoot radar had most assists. Okay, then, oh hi there, tech support and Leroy, I'll get extra goodies. Right. We are just going along the top here. We're getting the gold chest and then the scrolls. Right. What do I still need? Assist from buffing, assist from tanking. Okay, I'm gonna try putting my monk out instead. Just, maybe not. No, we'll do tank flag. And I'm gonna put it down here. Right. Okay, we will see you in half an hour to try this out. See how we did. Thank you all for your support, all of your units. Back there soon. Okay, we're in the museum.
What was his name? Wellington? Wellingham?
Not now, Private. Where's Connors? He's not at his post.
Oh, sorry, sir. The lieutenant said he found some tracks. Wanted to check them out. Private Martin.
Yes.
Tracks?
Oh my...
What tracks?
Connors!
What the hell?
Can he come out early if we're not hiding? Or he just does not come out until we get to that point? We're gonna find out, because I don't know. I always have snuck through here, but we're trying... we're trying not to sneak.
Major, what found us?
So, I mean, we'll just see. Do 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 do. Got a lunchbox. Books. Warlock Beddington. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Cues. Do 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 do. Right. I guess not. I guess it's just when you get into the certain area. And then you have to kill it before it kills you.
Sweet.
Okay, missile launcher, nice. I mean, if we needed that, I mean, we might need that. Here. Oh. Do 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 do. It's gonna say here, deathy death. Come on, coming out. Coming out. I see the trunk. Where's the guy? Hello? There we go. Oh, hitting hard. Oh, 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 oh. It's probably too late already. Need to not be in a corner with it, but we'll see. We'll see. Do 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 do. Increase our AP. Do 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 do. Okay, we're gonna see how that works, if that does anything for us, and then we will take our gonna take some jet fuel and jet. Ooh, we're addicted to jet now, and medics and psycho. And the Excel, which is everything basically. However, well, we'll just see how this goes or doesn't go. But we're like really stuck. Less stuck with drugs. Okay. I have it on survival. But we're high level up, and we do have it modded. We don't have a lot of cheats on. We have like helper things around. Oof. And by helper things, like we are able to take junk legendaries and take that legendary thing microchip off and apply it to our own thing and put whatever legendaries we want on it. So that's handy. And I mean, we're pretty high level up. And drugs. The drugs, if it weren't for the drugs, we probably would have died there. Oh, okay. I actually did expect to have to do that again. I should take drugs more often, huh? Do. And sunglasses. There's an actual egg in here, right? I think somewhere. Cracked. Pristine.
Maybe more. Smashed to bits. Except this one. No wonder they wouldn't tell us what was in that case. If I'd known, I would have personally told the gunner bosses. Willingham to take those Diamond City caps and stuff them.
What's wrong with us?
Guess we know why that Deathclaw tracked us all the way from Linwood's.
All the way over. Oh, they came from Linwood's. Funny.
Stole our damn kids. Christ. Maybe if we just return the eggs. Oh,
Nope.
Hey, Mama. You looking for this?
No, hey, Mom. All right. So let's go save again. Oh, who's this?
Lost track.
Oh,
Blisters
yeah. That's my guy. One of my guys. Okay. So that's the front. We were along the side over here, I think. We're gonna save again. Oh, wait, is it? I get it all turned around. I want to save wherever the bed is. Is it across the way here? I mean, worst comes to worst, we can just go save in the lighthouse, which is right there. But, oh, here it is. But it's right here, and just nice to just save our progress right away. Let's try and sleep full night sleep or full rest sleep. Ah, you are in return. Okay, good. Hi. Welcome back. While you were gone, drugs saved us. We just did the witchcraft museum, and I did not sneak, which was a new experience for me. Yeah, hell yeah, drugs. Yes. It's weird. I'm used to sneaking everywhere, and now we're not sneaking. Oh, right. We have a Pokemon in chat. It's a Sandygast. Tier C. I'm gonna abstain. Recommended ball is a Phantom Ball. Okay, keep that there. Okay, so now we're gonna do the, what is this, the nucleus? Is that what it's called? I couldn't remember before. There we go. Should be wearing a suit. Oh, no one caught it. Rude. Uh-oh. Woof. Explosive damage. Or maybe like, what was that? Oh man. Such distance for that. Boop, 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 boo. Do, 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 do. I knew there were some of those around. Oh, 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 oh. Yes, yes, yes. There's another turret. Like, who's still shooting at me? It's too far away, maybe?
Give yourself to Adam.
Oh, there you are. Oh, oh god, we're gonna die. Radiation poisoning. Oh my goodness. Ooh, do, 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 do. There's that. Some beer. No, not beer. What else do we need? We need a radiation suit, really. Do, 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 do. We're gonna do this one, and this one, and Psycho and Med X is not gonna help us against, but damage resist. I don't know if that'll really help us against the radiation though. We'll see. Oh, wait, we have one of these meats is like radiation resistance or something, right? I think. If I can remember which one. How to catch Pokemon. You go here and it'll tell you all the commands, but to start, you put poke start in chat, exclamation point poke start, and then you can start catching Pokemon, and they just come in like every 15 minutes, every 13.5 minutes, something like that, and it announces what type, and you can check to see if you have it. Yes, thank you very much. Oh, hi there. And then that link has all the different commands that are available. Also, you can utilize the panel down below, but to actually catch, you have to type the command in chat. It's a chat game. So, if you have any other questions, let us know and we will do our best. That document tells pretty much. Well, I think it tells us everything. I haven't actually looked at it in a while, but all the text commands I think are there. Okay. I'm trying to remember which one is helps you resist rads. I think it's rad something. Rad scorpion? No, that's chem addiction. Do 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 do. Yeah, I don't remember what it is now. What chops? Oh, here we go. Mutant Hound Chops. That's max AP. Yeah, I don't remember which cooking thing we have does that. We might have used it already too. I'll have to research that again because I do not recall and I don't see it right here. Okay, hopefully. Okay, so we're getting rats, but we're taking our rats away.
Let the fire of his brilliance
And we're gonna, oh, we're hungry. Right. Where's she at? Ooh. Oh man, she's so much faster than my spinny thing. Spinny, spinny. Oh. Oh, we got a raid coming in. Rugs, we're here to bring some sunshine. Oh, there we go. Here to bring some sunshine. Hello, Rugs and company. How are you doing? Hi. Hi, hi, hi. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you? Hello. Hello. What's up? Hello, Enchantermon and, Pikaling. How's it going? How's it going? I'm Just David. Hello. If I haven't met you yet, I'm Josta. Rugs is one of my mods, and I love her very much. That's exciting. My pronouns are she, her, and know that this is a safe space for you. Yes, best mod, that's right. Oh, thank you, Onyx, thank you. We, in this channel, do a lot of, survival games, survival craft, open world type of things. Today we're in Fallout 4, but we've also played a lot of other things. Yeah, you were working on, oh, you were working on just chatting. How did that go? I'm scared of that category, so, how was it? Did you have a nice time? Anyways, hi. Welcome all in. Nice to meet you if I haven't yet, and I'm glad you're here. Like I said, we're in Fallout 4 today. We were just working on this, what is this one called? The nuclear? Oh, Crater House. There we go. We were working, oh, that was on Far Harbor, the nucleus, right? Anyways, we are just now clearing it out. No, that's not true. Y'all are all very good mods, and I love you all. So we are clearing out, I think, oh, that was, I was like, who is still shooting at me? We didn't see that it was trapped. That's fine. We are just, need our magazine, and I think we got all of everyone then. We're just kind of bumming around, hitting up to spots that we have not yet on the map, and we haven't really done much questing. We've done like all the side questing or just running around. At some point we'll get to the main quest, but meh. 3 years of streaming, nice. I think I just passed my 3 years. I did not do anything in particular for it, but I am gonna have a birthday party this next month, so looking ahead to that. I'm not sure exactly what we're doing yet, but we're gonna do something fun. Also, that's exciting. Wait, why did it say 2 years, 12 months? Wouldn't that just be 3 years and 4 days? Anyways, that's amazing. Woo! That's exciting. Hi. I'm so glad. Thank you again so much for bringing everyone over here. That's amazing. I can't say how much I've enjoyed y'all, like my Twitch community, and I just having a moment here. I just love you all very much, and I'm glad you've been on this journey with me. That might be broken, right? If I click on my name, it says 3 years and 2 days. Okay, interesting. How do I fix that? They don't expect it. They don't expect it to be higher than that or something? Oh, oh, he's naked. Naked. Did not mean to derobe him. I will look into that. I have no idea. Since if only after I started streaming. Right. I think we started streaming around the same time. But not 100% on that. And not to the day or anything, of course. But, I used to get so confused because I met you and I met, James and crew all on the same day. And I thought you all were already friends. But, just happened to meet both of you on the same day. Oh, I guess we're going up the ladder. Oh no, we're getting the safe. Wine Dev, thank you very much for that epic Saboteur Rogue. Thank you very much. Oh, here we go. Alright. Right, I think that's about everything. This area. Wait, did we get a magazine here? Did we pick it up? Crap, I wasn't paying attention because we were chit-chatting. If there's a magazine still, it's in, it's in that house or that house, I think. Oh, no, never mind. It's, down here, so we did not pick it up yet. Right, Wasteland Survival Guide. You've collected an issue of Wasteland Survival Guide. Permanently take 5% less damage from insects. Well, that's handy. Good. Alright, so now we've got everything we came from for this location. Just gotta watch out. They have mines around. Just make sure we're not stepping on any on accident. Okay. Leroy, thank you very much for the epic Sentinel Berserker. Follow's going really well. We pretty much finished up Nuka World. Now we're just traveling around the main map, which is really goofy because we're really high level now, but we haven't done a lot of things yet. We have not met Preston. We've only just met Piper. So I kind of did things backwards this playthrough. But it's going well. It's going well. Just being kind of random about it. I just wiped this house out. Interesting. I did not realize, or I did not remember that I did that. And who do I hear? What is going on over here? Now, oh, we're gonna say hi. Oh, 123 now. Oof. Number DLC first problems, yeah. Okay, explodey robots. Oh, and you. Swarmbot, hello? Are you stuck? Where do you just go? Explodey robots. I think that's everyone. Yeah. Oh, we have a soul rock in chat. Soul rock. Oh, I have one of those. Okay, it is a tier. Oh, it hasn't told me the tier yet. It's good. Oh, there it is. It's a tier B. Recommended Cypher Ball. We've been having fun catching Pokemon today. Although RNG is so weird. Random number generator. Okay, I'll just try because it's a tier B. I'm trying to build up a double collection so that I can do some wonder trades. Which I have not really done yet. Since this is like a blank slate over here, maybe we'll do some building. Oh, trader. Oh, naked trader. I didn't realize I was taking off their outfit first. That's weird. Do 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 do. So that's a trader. That's not my trader, hopefully. I don't know. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Good luck, catchers. Good luck. Okay, we got that one. Here's a tank bot. Oh, and the turkey. Poor turkey. I dislike that. Being the only one who catches it. That's not really cool. Oh, wait. Was I the only one who threw, though? Oh, no one else threw. Okay, okay. If I'm the only one who throws a ball, that's fine. But when everyone throws and it's just me, I don't appreciate that. Do, 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 do. I am the only one who tossed. Okay, good. Good. Because a couple times today, it's been like me and then no one else. Although I've thrown a couple times and not caught anything, too. So I guess it goes back and forth. Still, I don't like being the only one. I prefer y'all get your stuff. Okay, that's mine. Why is it there? Mine? There we go. It's there because I didn't get it before when I was building over here. This particular location has a lot of traps around. And I guess I got most of them, but not that one. Last call for units for stream raiders. We have 2 minutes left until this next battle. Okay, so what kind of house do we want to build? I just this is how I do when I don't feel like building. I have a bed and a drinking fountain. It's goofy. So we did do things really backwards this time around, but the only thing that I'm a little worried about is if I broke the settlers somehow. Like it didn't let me put settlers over here. So I'm a little like concerned. I don't know how to check that either. I guess if it's still a problem next game after I restart, maybe. Okay, but being able to relocate settlers is important, right? If we have too many at one and none at the other, I don't know. This is quite a nice location. Is this dock pretty wrecked, or is it? Oh, it's all right. This part is kind of wrecked. Why don't you get any nuclear material from these? Do 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 do. Oh, it's battle time. Okay, let me save real quick. And we will do the battle thing. Do 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 do. Alright, and that's in do 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 do. Right. Oh, we have 2 different teams. Okay, I'm gonna say go this way to support the distance, the ranged people over here. And then we should be alright. I mean, I think we'll be alright anyways, Because this team will tackle these up here, and then we'll sweep this way, and then we'll probably be on these people on the side all together. So, good luck, everyone. Good luck. Okay, so I could have put that way, way further. I always forget which ones we wake up versus, easy peasy. Alright, Bun on top in first place, most kills. Tech Support had the most assists in second place, and NJ's in third place. And, oh hi there, Onyx, Tech Support, Bun, and Leroy all get extra goodies. Okay, we're just going along the top. Going along the top. Right, okay, I'm gonna put a flag. Still need flags. Yeah, I'm gonna put a flag, right here. And, thank you all very much. Y'all go where you want, of course. But this is where I put the plan at. The plan, quote unquote. Right, we'll be back over here in, half an hour. Thank you so much. Alright, so that's... That's that. We haven't been over here yet. We did get to the wharf and the sheriff's department, but we didn't go to the end over here. Do I want to do that right now, or do I want to... I think I want to go... Where did I say I wanted to try out? I think I want to go to the marina. No. I'm going to go to Hangman's Alley. We're going to check on the Hangman's Alley people. And fix anything that they need fixing or whatever. And then we're going to pick up Piper? Maybe? You know what else hasn't happened? Even though, or has it? It's showing on the map. Has the Pride one come already? Can we see it? Can we see it from here? Because we exited the thing. It would be right there, right? It's showing on the map, but it hasn't come yet. What does that mean? Who else do I have to clear, or what else do I have to do to get them to come up? Have I met the, dance at all yet? Historical Squid! Hello, Historical Squid! Hi! Welcome on in, hello. What were you working on today? I'm Josta, if I've not met you before. My pronouns are she, her, and, oh, thank you very much. Thank you. My pronouns are she, her. We play a lot of survivalcraft open world type of games. We're in Fallout 4 today. What were you working on? Valorant. How's Valorant? And, thank you very much for bringing your crew over this way. Hello. Welcome in. Yes. What's up? How is it going? We're just working on Fallout 4. I'm trying to puzzle out. If we haven't even met, Dance yet. Oh, it says speak to Paladin Dance. So maybe we should go take care of that. So we're gonna go to Hangman's Alley, and then we're gonna go talk to Dance. If it'll let me. Yes, okay. Because, I'm playing some Valorant, and it was kind of quiet day. Oh, I got 2 MVP games. Cool. Good deal with that. And you know, quiet days, there's definitely an ebb and flow that happens with people's schedules and all of that. As long as you're enjoying what you're doing, it's not Not a thing. Okay, so I'm curious as to, because it's definitely showing the Pride Wind on there. Does it change, or is it just the Pride Wind is always there? I know we left when I did the thing with Nick. I know we left out of the proper door when we went to Fort Hagen. So because we've had that bug before, but we needed to talk to Paladin Dan, so it's probably things out of order still. So we're gonna go do that in just a moment. We are first chit-chatting with the folks here and checking to make sure those are still working. That's still working. Some of our crops busted. No, these look fine.
We taught those raiders a lesson. We'll teach them again if they come back.
Good. They got 2 dogs. Do they have any cats? Oh, they have a cat. That's good. What kind of shape are these ones in? Those are both still working. This one's still working. I mean, it looks like everything's in good shape. So I guess we'll save. We'll save.
We could really use a hand.
Oh, we could really use a hand?
I'd like to trade some items.
Oh, no, not you. Not you! Right, that's fine. You.
Glad
this one.
to help out. What seems to be the problem?
Derby, thank you very much for the epic musketeer.
It's too risky to have them so close. And we need someone to
okay. Okay, where are they? Hold up.
Where are they holed up? Here, I'll mark it for you.
Okay,
Thank
thanks.
you for your help. It means a lot to us.
And fence sewers. Ooh, we haven't been down there yet. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna save. And then we're gonna go talk to Dance. And then we're gonna go to the sewers, apparently. Right. Maybe first we're gonna eat. There's a little bit of lag going on with that. Did y'all see that? That's like in game. We do have a lot of stuff going on though, so be maybe worthwhile to redo just because of that. I want to see if I can see this game through to the end though. As long as there's nothing, as long as there's nothing wrong, like if we're able to still play, we should do that. Okay, let's, we'll eat our ramen deluxe, and we have a level up. What did you say we were gonna level up next? Okay, we have Scrapper to do still, we have Hacker to do still. I always tell myself I'm gonna do this one next and then this one, and I never should write these down. I think I'm gonna do Scrapper. Yeah, Scrapper. Oh, we have a Tailo in chat. Oh, I don't have that one. It's for the weekly quest. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna max out Scrapper, and then we'll drink and we'll save again real quick. Oh, where's the... Don't I have a water fountains? Oh, yes, here. So now we're gonna go talk to Dance to see if it helps things along. Good luck to all catchers. Okay, so these folks are actually pretty happy. I don't think there's anything that needs fixing or anything. We could put up more decoration. They're at 95, but it says it's going up. They could do with more food, maybe. Oh, I'll put some of that up right now. See, like that. That's what I don't like. Anyways, GG. Next time. Next time! Okay. So, I'm just gonna put these on the sidewalk over here. So that just helps everything along a little bit. So that adds another 3 food. So hopefully that'll help too. And there's 4 food apiece and a little extra. They have enough water. They have a lot of defense and enough beds. And they have the dogs and they have the stores. What are you working on? Oh, you're unassigned. What? Why are you unassigned? Did we might have had a death or something. Do these still both have workers? Yes. Oh, it was the bar not. Oh, you should do the bar.
Okay.
Okay, someone must have died, and maybe that's why they're unhappy. Because I think before we had all of the stations assigned, plus food. Yeah. All right. So we're gonna go see. Bun, thank you very much for the epic VH Necromancer. Thank you. We're gonna go see Paladin Dance and to see if we can get the people to show up. Speaking of people, there's a cow on the boat. It's funny. You know, maybe we'll get Paladin Dance. He doesn't like anything though. I don't know that our stats are good enough for him to be really like us. Because we probably have some murders on our books. 6 murders. And an assault. And stolen stuff. We have a lot of crime. Dude, I've never really gone with Paladin Dance though, so makes me curious as to. Is that one mine? Oh yeah, that's Jamaica Plain. Why Jamaica Plain? Why are you down there? That's goofy. Down here killing all the people? Because I see dead people as well. How funny. You doing a good job though? Looks like it. Weird though, also.
Sensors recalibrating.
Do 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 do. Oh, hey. Hey, there are people here still. Where are they at? I hear you. Oh, they're in the water now. Oh my god. Hope the cow is okay. Oh, and no, he's going there. Cow's just catching up. Where? Who's talking? Where are they at? We're having problems. Lots of problems. Maybe he's stuck on the boat. Like trying to talk through the boat.
No,
This is why I'm a little bit nervous. If we just keep on having like weird glitches, it might be time to like start fresh from the beginning and maybe not do things backwards. I don't know. I don't see him still. Oh, there we go. I wonder if he's like underneath the boat.
Visual sensors recalibrated. Playing games with me, huh?
Somewhere. Oh my god. Did we get this? Oh, the magazine is here. So yes, we did. So this is just all reset. Only
Only a fucking coward hides.
must be in the top part here. Cause not anywhere here that I can see. Hello? Where the heck? Mystery Raider.
No sign of him now.
No sign of him now. He must be beneath the ship. Cause not here. Oh, or
This is bullshit.
sounds like over here somewhere, but not sure at all. We're just gonna leave it. Interesting, for sure, but uncertain as to that person's location. Okay, here's one of mine. The other one was to Jamaica Plain. This one, where's this one going? This one is going to the marina. Do 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 do. So I guess we'll say, hey, yeah, I want to join and see what happens. We haven't really met anyone yet. We have no affiliation whatsoever yet. I mean, I don't know. I have really mixed feelings about trying to play nice for Dance's crew. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. So this next time around, whenever we decide to do, I want to use a junk jet. I might make it a Brotherhood of Steel betrayal run. I don't know if that's possible actually, but we might attempt just to see what happens. Do 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 do.
Sorry about the other guys.
Dance.
You ready to move out?
I guess we haven't even done our thing yet.
Follow me and try not to lag behind.
All right. So we helped him, but we have not even been to ArcJet yet. Good, good. Speaking of junk jets. Come on. Come on. Oh, there we go. So I guess we're going to Archet.
Arcjet is a short hike to the west. If we take this road, we should be able to avoid the larger pack.
So we'll just stick with Paladin Dance until the Brotherhood balloon comes in. It should pop up at some point, right?
Relocate my team. But Scribe Halen detected some disturbing energy readings in the area that need to be investigated. We don't know much about them, except that they're short-lived and broadcast on a frequency only attainable with a high level of technology. We're concerned that whoever creating those energy readings might be a potential threat. So it's our job to investigate.
Okay, we'll see how this goes. Oh, we got a river lurk. River lurk. No more.
I don't think we're alone. Over there! Get him!
Hey, I don't know that I've ever had a I don't know that I've ever had a survivor in that fight. Goofy. Mm-hmm. Right, I'm glad he just waits for us to finish. It's nice. Okay, so this is where we were building, like my home base, but I'm not keen on it. Or I want to redo it. I don't know. Ooh, tuxedo. Now, why? Wondering why, I thought with this one, I thought we'd already talked to, Paladin Dance and stuff, but we must have just found the stuff. And it's part of the same mission that they send us on, though. Okay. So this is what we're doing. If I take that off. Okay, that's totally... He's marked because, Alright, alright. I like to see markers that are fully functional, not just there randomly.
Who's that Pokemon?
We got a Pokemon in chat. It's a Litwick. Okay, it's a tier C Litwick. Recommended balls are Phantom Balls or Feather Balls. Oh, nope, this one. Also good luck catchers, good luck. Do 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 do. Did you hear something?
Found you. Send them back to hell.
Kill a chicken. That's really funny. Okay, good job, Dance. Good job. Do 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 do. It escaped. Boo. Why are you shooting this poor little opossum? Do 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 do. But not the fox. That's interesting. I think I want to make it, I want to mess with the tags so they're not off shooting like the waterfowl and the like tiny creatures that are not aggressive.
There it is.
Just add it on my list of things I want to edit.
Any exterior security. So we'll head into the front.
Do 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 do. Oh, I'm supposed to talk to him first? Whoops. Does he follow me in? No. Do 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 do.
Listen up. We do
There
this
we go.
clean and quiet. No heroics and buy the book.
Okay, buy the book. Understood.
Understood.
Outstanding. Remember, our primary target is the deep range transmitter. Stay focused and check your fire. I don't want to be hit by stray bullets.
All right. So if we just get further along in the story, and we already have the part with Nick done, the Pride Wind should just show up, right?
It was corporations like this that put the last nail in the coffin for mankind. They exploited technology for their own gains, pocketing the cash and ignoring the damage they've done.
Paladin dance.
Look at these wrecks. It appears as though the facility's automated security's already been dealt with.
Good.
Looks like we missed the party.
You're making a foolishly hasty assessment.
Oh, fine.
Look at the evidence. There isn't a single spent ammunition casing or drop of blood in sight. These robots were assaulted by Institute synths.
I'll be on the lookout.
Roger that. Let's
Roger that. That one's empty. Do do do. Oop.
This place is a mess, but I still see a few pieces of salvage that the Brotherhood might be interested in. After we're done here, I'll have to mark this place for sweep and retrieve.
Okay. Onyx, thanks. Do 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 do. Onyx, what time were you wanting to do that? Because maybe we can coordinate. If you'd want.
Looks like a dead end. See if you can find a way to get that door open. I'm gonna reconnoiter the area.
Do 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 do. Okay, empty. Do 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 do. All these folders. Caps in my pocket. Do 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 do. All right. Okay. All right. We'll see. I'm trying to do get through maps. It might end up being that we end up doing the super boss on Monday. I wanted to try and finish it, but it's going longer than I thought. So I don't know that we're going to this week or not, because it's Thursday already, and I don't know what kind of time I thought I had. Okay. Okay, no pressure to, okay. We'll just see where we're at. If it works out, we'll do that for sure. All right. I'm gonna just put haste on us. That seems to always work. Because then we grab our guys real quick, and then they help us do the rest. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bum bum ba da dum. Do 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 do. All right, easy peasy. Shadow Derpy on top with most kills, and in first place. Oh hi, there's in second with most assists, and Maxim is in third place. And then oh hi there and Leroy get the goodies, extra goodies that is. Next is this one, because we have this one and then this one, and it's already almost 3, so doubtful that we'll finish this one even, and we're not going to do 3 maps in a day. That would be an insanely long day. Do 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 do. So we'll probably just end up ending at normal time, since that's the new assessment for all that. Do do do. Oh, I got one of my buffs. Okay. And then I need a tank buff. I'll do right here. Do 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 do. Right. Thank you very much. So it's this one. We'll probably do one more after this, and then we'll just see where we're at. Do 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 do. All right, back to Fallout. Thank you all very much for your units. We'll be back over here in about half an hour. Okay, where's my push it? Okay, what do we think the word is? No likeness to outside. Okay, so this one. Likeness 3 powered. Amen. There we go. Map controls. Unable to establish a link. Okay, security door. Do the thing.
Nice work. Let's get moving. Did you hear that? Intruder alert.
An enemy may be utilizing stealth.
Maybe utilizing stealth. We are not at all. That's goofy. Goofy. Is someone present? We'll just let him do all the heavy lifting. We're just doing the thing.
Multiple sim targets. Take them down.
With extreme prejudice? Interesting. I'm present-ish. Do do do. Oh, I was like, what? Didn't realize this is water down here. Alright, I'm gonna go into first person. It's just so much easier doing first person inside. Do 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 do.
Sweet.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go up and around though. I know you just got over there, but yep. He'll wait for me though. Do 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 do. I mean, he should wait for me. They usually do. Okay, that one, that one.
Yes. That's it.
Alright, I think that's everything over here. And we'll go... Just going through... do. Ooh, duct tape. He didn't want to wait. Okay, sorry. Sorry. You think you're clever? Alright, do.
Bingo.
Bingo. Energy weapons permanently inflict 5% more critical damage. Completed. Provide fire support for Paladin Dance. I've just been back here picking through everything. It's fine. Do 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 do.
Nice.
Trying to remember what all the everything else is in here. Now there's some mentats coming up. That's where we came from. No, that's where we came from. This is what? No, this is where we came from. What's, oh, that's where we have to go. Maybe? No, I don't know. It's been a while since I've been in here. We got a Pokemon in chat. It's a Cubone. I have it already. It's a tier C Cubone. Right. Okay, I think we got... Oh, no, we missed a globe. There we go. And that's that room. Okay, and then... Overdue book. Bobby pins. More caps in my pocket. There we go. No. Right, okay. And that's where we need to go. Right. Last room. Do. Oh no, we're carrying too much and we cannot run. It's just silly. I mean, it's not, but we're a little bit OP at this point. I feel like it's a thing and it's fine, but we might do things a little differently next time just to keep the challenge in a little bit. Okay, here we go. Cub 1 looking for Cub 2? Maybe. I think it's Cubone. Like, it has a little bone helmet on. I don't know it's who it turns. I don't know the Pokemon families very well. Okay, Junk Jet, here we come.
The transmitter should be in the control room at the top of the core.
Oh, Lena's coming. I see. Oh, Cub 1, not Cub 2. Then he wouldn't be lonely anymore.
There has to be a power backup system somewhere.
Funny, yeah. And thanks. I skipped it with the Pokemon stuff. Junk Jet. Do.
That's it.
Okay, gotta start that up. How about this one? One likeness.
Sweet.
Right. Okay, let's go do the thing.
Engine core power restored.
Maybe have a problem.
Command accepted. Commencing 5-second countdown. 5.
Did anyone just say I've been a victim of violence?
3. 2. Where did you go? 1. Engine firing.
Don't just stand there. Is that what he said? What do you want me to do?
Test firing completed with an efficiency rating of 96.7%.
I think we got every. Oh, nope. Nope. Almost everyone.
Oh my god. Are you alright?
I had to wait until I got everything else. Very dramatic.
The important thing is we're still alive. We have a way to get to the transmitter. Let's go.
Let's go. Okay.
Paladin.
Keep the noise down. This place is crawling with hostiles.
There we go. Do. Did he just tell me to be quiet? That's really funny too.
Hold up. I think we're being stalked.
Are we being stalked?
Not getting past me. Mission accomplished. That's the last of them. I don't see the device anywhere.
Boss Bump, thank you very much for the epic War Beast. We're gonna skip that for a minute. Got that, got that. So he doesn't rush me, because as soon as you get that in your hands, he's like, okay, let's go. Okay, I think that's everything, almost everything. I think so. Nope, nope, nope.
Let's get out of here. We'll take the service elevator to the surface.
Service elevator. Lunch break nap was not good enough. Aww. Next time I hope you get a little bit more rest with it. It's hard. I can't nap during those short periods. I always wake up so groggy and like discombobulated, disoriented. I do not like them.
The bunker looks clear. Let's move out.
Okay, did we get everything? It looks like yes. No. Yes. Alright. Time to go.
Well, where do you think you're going? We have a lot to discuss.
Where do you think you're going?
Paladin dance.
Well, that could have gone smoother.
That's me right now. Aw. Well, hopefully that passes very quickly.
Smoother? I thought we did fine.
That sweep was sloppy. We were caught unprepared more than once, which is unacceptable. However, your extra gun gave us the edge we needed. I'm not certain I could have accomplished the mission alone.
I thought we worked well as a team.
Agreed. Sure. It's a refreshing change to work with a civilian who can follow orders properly. That being said, I believe we have two important matters to discuss.
Two important matters.
I think you'll find this weapon may it serve you.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. A rifle? Let's just say thank you.
You're welcome, civilian. Now,
Civilian.
As far as the second matter goes, I wanted to make you a proposal.
You're gonna propose to me? No, make you a proposal.
There's no doubt in my mind. The way I see it, you could spend more.
So what do you say?
I'd be
let's
honored
go.
to join.
That's what I wanted to hear. Meet me back at the police station and we'll discuss the details.
Alright. So, we're gonna meet him back at the police station. So we're just gonna work the Brotherhood line for a little while, I suppose. Which is not my favorite. But I want to see if we can try and finish the game. Ish. I want to see if we can try and finish the game, and, honeybees, honeybees. Ah, honeybees. Ah. Not afraid of honeybees anymore. Woof. To be honest, it isn't my main issue with the Brotherhood, so it helps a bit. Nope. Oh, that just went away. Okay. That might be fine. I actually have not kept around long enough to even like explore whether or not I really like Dance. I mean, he's about as annoying as any of the other companions, but sorry, I hope I didn't hurt anyone's ears. I have empathy for Dance, yes. I think that would help too. I just maybe just need to bite the bullet and play through just to see how it is, and then I can make a more informed decision beyond that. I'm a little bit worried that we're gonna end up glitching out though with the amount of lag that has happened in between or around, and with some of my settlement glitches that have happened. I'm not really sure what's going on with that, so we'll see how far it lets me get. You feel like his heart isn't coming from a place of hate. Right. Right, and that's a lot of material to work with. Which is really good. So, I don't know, we'll see. So this is where we've been building, or where we were building before, but I'm really not super keen on it. We've made a couple changes, and it's okay, but I don't know. I don't know what it'll take to have a place that I really like either. I mean, there's some aspects of this that I really like. But I love using the greenhouse for stuff.
Looks like it's in working order.
Like greenhouse glass, I mean.
Seems to be growing well. I need to assign someone to this.
Need
to assign someone to this. I need to assign someone to this.
Yes. I'm sort of playtesting. I haven't seen how my Lord Utter is downtown yet. Right. Hopefully that calms down. Yeah, hopefully. I just, I'm not sure. Like, we haven't had any issue. I feel like it's could be because I added stuff midway, or could be because, I have so much crap on me, or could be because, we just did things backwards. I don't know how that kind of thing affects the playthrough, honestly, so I'm a little bit, I don't know. Okay, we got some stuff to put away. We have 67,000 Nuka Cave tickets. Okay, magazines. Oh, okay. We need all 5 of the scav issues, so we're just gonna put the rest on there. And I guess make a new wrap.
Who's that Pokemon?
We have a mag mortar. It's a tier A. Tier A. In chat. Never tried Fahaba. First. Yeah, I don't know if that like just totally screwed things up or like how it affects. I guess we'll do another rack here on this wall. No, shelves. Okay. Oh, Hawk, you caught it! Nice. GG. Okay. So I'm officially assuming that I don't need to have every one of these on me. They work just like the perk magazines, probably, and they look nice. So hopefully that's the case. I don't know. Okay, we got a lot of stuff here, but not everything. Okay, I think after stream tonight, I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna work on like all this maintenance stuff. Just because we have a lot of stuff at this point, and I need to just sell some stuff off and or scrap it or whatever. There's a lot of stuff. Where do we find bobbleheads? Oh, did I put all my bobbleheads back? I'm trying to remember. Oh, stealth point. No, not those. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Walked away for a second and I forgot about it. You got it! Yay. Alright, well, I guess we'll save at least. Oh, is the elevator at... I didn't realize it was up there. I think I gotta bite the bullet and make an official institute run. Ooh. That's what I did first. But there are achievements for finishing with the Brotherhood and finishing with Institute. Is that correct? And if that's the case, we should just go for it because I want 100% my stuff. So I don't like the Brotherhood though. Oh, we're gonna eat and drink and be merry. I need a nuclear family. Do I have that one? That's the one, the Institute one? If that's the case, then I do have that one. That was the first one that I got by accident. Yeah, okay. Okay, gonna cook. This'll tea. Oh, hey. Wild tato juice? Oh, can I make any of the... Oh, lurk chatter. That means milk. Oh, and... Oh, ramen. What am I missing for that? Ramen. Oh, that's not in the stew? I thought ramen would be in that, but okay, okay. Where? Oh, is that in... Fine? Oh, yeah, fine dining. We'll make as many of these as we can. But it requires what? Where's the grain? Oh. Oh, now we're out of potato flour. Okay. Ribs au gratin and gratin. Gratine. Alright, for that. Mirelurk Delight. We're never gonna have enough milk for ice cream. Which is okay, because we don't know the ice cream cone recipe yet. Either, so... do 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 do. There we go. I am just dumping everything in here though, which is a lot of stuff. Oh, it's time. It's time! What I gotta do is make a cold-hearted scientist type. Yeah, probably. I was railroad right out of the gate. I didn't know anything about anything. I did the, Institute really kind of by accident because I didn't know how the endings worked or any of that, so... is what it is. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, let's see. Is that gonna cover? I'm gonna do well, no, we're gonna. All right. Good luck, everyone. Good luck. When there's so many different groupings around, I don't know which is best. Do 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 do. All right. Well, that was quick work, though. Nicely done, everyone. Sorry, Maxim in first place with the most assists. Dawn in second. Russ in third, but Double Cross had the most kills. Oh, hi there, Bun. Heliquin, Dan, the Lions fan, and Unstable. I'll get the extra goodies. Okay, this is loyalty gold chest. Right. What quests do I need? Okay, I need 2 more taking quests and 2 more assists, buffing assists. So, stick that right there. Something like that. Alright. Y'all go where you want. This is where I put my stuff. Thank you very much. I was thinking last game, but it was, it's not, I usually try and go between 4 and 4:30, so we'll probably do one more after this, and then be done for the day. Okay, oh, excuse me, too. Alright, Do 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 do. We just have so much stuff, like wow. Oh, I forgot to drop my thirst zappers off. Boo. It's fine. But also boo. I wonder why some of the guns stack and some do not. Like, what's different about them? Uh-oh, what did I just put? I just put our splatter cannon away. We want to get that back. I know if we can port the old reliable. Probably not, but it's a pain having that extra, that other type of ammo. I had to say this, but I left out OC detector in favor of hopefully better stability with USO. What is USO? Oh, that's a hard one, but I understand. Playability is a big thing. Good luck. Good luck. Unlock sediment objects. Oh. Alright, I don't know that I've used that one at all, ever. Is that just a PS4 one? Do 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 do. So much inventory management in this game. Do 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 do. Skipper's last stand. Alright, harpoon thing. And the junk jet.
Who's that Pokemon?
There's a Pokemon in chat. It is a what? No, there has to be a PC versions. Okay, so that makes me curious. Let me know how that works for you. That's one I've not heard of. Luminion Tier B is in chat right now. No, I haven't heard of it, but I have it. I'm gonna try catching anyways. Just unlocks, essentially debug items. Oh. Interesting. The harvester. Oh, did I just put my... Yeah, I did, I think. My bat away. That I use some of the time. Not very much anymore, but some of the time. Staggering... bat. Yeah, we want that one back. Then we have the butcher's hook. Do the hooks count as fist weapons, yeah? Because if we could trip that out, but we don't have any of our fist stuff done yet. Oh, I caught it. Nice, nice, nice. Definitely one of the better PS4 mods. You've used it before and you love it. Okay, cool. I hope that you get the stability that you're wanting, for sure. Oh my god. Nuka quantum grenade. Let's keep our Nuka grenades on us. Persuasion grenade. What the heck is that? I don't even know what that is. Persuasion grenade? That's strange. No idea where that came from. Onyx, do you know what a persuasion grenade is? Essential for builders, but I read it's better without OC decorator. Alright. Alright. I'm not as much of a builder. I mean, I enjoy building, but I would definitely not consider myself to be a builder. Just because I'm too inconsistent with how often I do, or I have a lot of unfinished builds. Oh, colorful is the keyword that we need for the undergarments, the pack undergarments. Oh my god, we have so much stuff. Inventory management. I wish there was a store all, like the store all junk option. We need to work on just putting our stuff away after every run. However, we have not had a home, and most of this stuff is from well, a lot of this stuff is from the DLC areas, so we have really just a ragtag suit, don't we? I'd like to do a sentinel build at some point, but we haven't really paid much attention. I've just put some extra things like on my goggles and my hat and my shirt. Oh, I was gonna change it up with Oswald's hat, wasn't I? Okay, I'll keep that one. Sounds like it would release charisma into the air. Okay, we are nearing the end here. I mean, at least we're in the R's. My E key is gonna break. Okay, I'm taking my captain's hat off. But we have Oswald's top hat that we're gonna put on. I'm keeping a single tuxedo on and a formal hat. Don't I have formal? for whoever we get next. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Hi, welcome, Mom. Oh, I guess we could move that one too. Do 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 do. Oh, and give us our bubblegum because that's just adhesive. Do 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 do.
Lay down. Go lay down.
Oh, crispy cave cricket should stay with us. Donut mix. Oh my god, so much donut mix. Okay, all the fancy stuff. All the different ingredients. Gator claw meat, gorilla meat. Oh, iguana on a stick we'll keep. Okay. Melon, milk. We have a lot of lurk meat too. We're almost done. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay. Okay, Onyx, I love you. We'll talk to you later. To see if we can coordinate. We're definitely gonna check in when we're ready to go. Okay? That'll be about an hour, I think. Thank you so much. Okay. Alright, poached, okay, poultry meat. Red scorpion meat. Oh, we have one red scorpion steak, but that's resistance to chem addiction. Ramen deluxe, that's the thing. Roasted carrots, roasted ramen Nuka. All the silk beans away. We have a couple donuts left. Tea. Some sugar. A singular tato. Tea cake, tea, coffee. Oh my god. Ooh. And we'll keep the Deathclaw egg on us too. Oh, the grilled crab we can keep. Everything else is going in. Just leftover and or cooking ingredients. All right. Woo! We're under 2,000 now. Do you do anything with Nuka lurk eggs? There must be a purpose for them. I don't know what it is, but there must be. Alright, none of this wastes anything, so we're just gonna keep them on us until we have like a display rack for them or anything. Same with this. Okay, all of these are going in here. We need to sell these off at some point, or I don't know, reuse them, use them for whatever, but right. Same thing with these. None of these weigh anything, I don't think. Oh, we could put this, well, no, we'll keep our seeds on us. They're just 0.1 pound a piece. I'm gonna chuck that one into the ocean. Or, you know, whatever, just put it in the bench. Not using any of these. Okay, layers, fusion cells, gamma, any nukes. Keep the missiles. And we're keeping the quartz because that's what our Gatling gun uses. And done. We're still overweight. We're still overweight because nope. Put that one away. I suppose we don't need the splatter cannon. Or the thirst zapper. Oh, wait, no. That was backwards. Get this one back. Put this away. And that one away. A lot closer now. Oh, and we don't need 187 stim packs. Well, no, we're gonna keep the Fury on us in case we want to try it out. Comics Silk. Oh, it includes luck too. Interesting. Hi, Zeffy. Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for the lurk. We're gonna split this one in half. And what else? We're gonna put some of these away. Put some popcorns away. And some of our ramen away. Are we going to be able to get underway? I don't know what else we have on us that's weighing so much. The missiles probably still. There's a Pokemon in chat. It's a Azumarill. We're at the 10-minute mark for our battle. If you're participating in that, 10 minutes. Get your units on the board. Okay. All right. Okay, all these things. None of these like weigh anything right now. It's the missiles probably. And we'll put this in half too. We're underway now. Woo! We can run. All right. All right. I don't know how long we'll stay underweight, but I'm gonna go and we're gonna go save. Bon, thank you very much for the epic Pride Berserker. Thank you. Still peckish, huh? we go. Oh, I caught it. Nice. I like adding to my collection the stuff that I don't have yet. No, no. Oh. This one. Yeah, it's weird having an elevator. I think I might want to do steps instead. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay. Oh, what's the matter with us? Are we tired or we have... Yeah, we have insomnia. Meh. Alright. What now? We're gonna hang out with Paladin Dance, I suppose. We have to go meet him at the, house. Do 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 do. All right, are we gonna get pie? Give me pie. Give me pie. No pie. No pie. Okay, fine. Do 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 do. Oh man, I love running so much. We definitely have to work on our butt. I'm just excited that I got it to work though. So we'll see if I can do that tonight. Otherwise, we'll just tackle it this weekend. Oh, we are going this way, I believe. Yeah. Do 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 do. Here we go. Let's go chit chat. Do 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 do.
Paladin Dance. Glad to see you alive and well, sir.
Are we in luck, sir?
Mission accomplished. We have the transmitter.
Finally, some good news for a change.
Okay.
Nice work, sir.
I didn't do it alone. Aelin, Reese.
Hi.
It's time to welcome our newest recruit to the recon team. She shows a lot of promise, and with the proper guidance, I think she has the potential of becoming one of the best.
Okay. I'm only in it for the spiffy uniforms.
I'm only in it for the spiffy uniforms.
Oh yeah? And here I thought you joined up for a sense of purpose and meaning.
So you decided to stay, huh?
They don't like sarcasm.
Take your payment and run.
You upset that I'm staying?
Maybe. Got enough trouble stomping muties and ferals. I don't need something else to worry about.
Reese, that's enough. Like it or not, you're going to have to learn to work together. And you need to understand what it means to be a part of the Brotherhood.
It is nice being all squeaky clean.
And we've dedicated our lives to uphold a strict code of ethics. If you intend to stay within our ranks, you need to obey our tenets without question.
Okay, understood.
Outstanding. Since I know you're eager to get started.
I was like, where's my hat? I need to put on Oswald's hat.
Two things from anyone under my command. Honesty and respect. You fall in line, you stay in line.
Fall in line, you stay in line. Okay, fine.
Follow it. It's as simple as that. Now, before I release you to Halen and Reese for your assignments, there's one last order of business.
One last order of business.
Forward, I'm granting
We're
you
an initiate.
This is only
Woo!
a training rank. I'm not permitted to grant ranks any higher than that.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Outstanding, soldier.
Outstanding. Okay.
She doesn't even know what that means, Halen.
Ad Victoriam means
to victory.
In our eyes, defeat is unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
Because we're fighting for the future of mankind. Our rallying cry is more powerful than any weapon you could ever carry. Remember that. Now, I need you to report to Halen or Reese for your next assignment. Dismissed, soldier.
Dismissed. Alright, we're putting our hat on first. There we go. Oh, it looks really good with the flowers. Good and kind of ridiculous, but I love it. Love it. Alright, Halen and Reese. Hello?
Describe Halen.
There we go.
Giving you the cold shoulder.
Why does he hate me?
He doesn't hate you.
Do you see that hair flip in
Reese
there?
bleeds brotherhood. It's all he cares about. It's his family. It's his whole life. If anything else comes into the picture and gets in the way, he shoves it aside.
Is there something between the two of you?
When I first joined up,
I like
Reese is the one who
the
sponsored
checks.
me. He took me under his wing, showed me the ropes. I thought there was a little more between us, so I asked him if he cared about me that way. He told me the Brotherhood of Steel was all that he cared about. And there was no room for anything else in his life. We never spoke about it again.
Never again?
I need to get back to things. If you're worried
Right.
about Reese, just keep doing what you're doing. He'll come around soon enough. So, are you ready to take on your first assignment?
First assignment. Hey, DK. Hi. Hi. I keep on missing your vibes that you have been sharing, and I wanted to say I'm sorry about that. I appreciate them. I hope you're doing well today. How are you?
Great.
Yes, those. Thank you.
One of the Brotherhood's most important duties is the recovery and preservation of technology that was lost.
Okay, yeah.
I have a list here.
Good luck. Good luck and be careful. Okay. Oh, we are underweight. And we're not building, so we're going to see if we can not pick stuff up. Like, yeah, right. However, we're going to try. Unless it's caps or drugs or adhesive. Seems to be the one I'm always short on. If I'm short on something.
All right, out with it. What's your game?
Oh no, those are the worst. I'm sorry. I hope it passes soon. At the very worst. I completely understand.
Game? What do you mean?
I can usually size people up at a glance, but you...
I love some of these intonations that are on these replies.
You're the military type. You're a loner. So
You're a loner.
Sticking around. You got what you wanted, so why don't you hit the road?
We'll go with that route.
Best chance I'll ever have to find my son.
Well, as far as reasons go, that's a pretty good one.
Oh, it's good now. Okay. I'm happy to hear that. Like I said, I completely understand that pain, and I'm glad you're out of it.
So, ready for your assignment, hero?
What's your problem?
My problem is I can't figure you out.
No. We're
Take down a few ferals and suddenly you're all buddy with Paladin.
I meant to say yes. I'm ready for my assignment.
Part of the Brotherhood, or you're just biding your time until you find whatever it is you're looking for. Either way, until you tuck a few of these assignments under your belt, I'm gonna be keeping my eye on you.
Okay, fine.
You ready to go or what?
Or what? Okay. This one instead.
Ready.
Then listen up. Like it or not, one of our most important duties is to keep the Commonwealth clear of the trash.
Okay, so we got these assignments. We're gonna go back to the Fen sewers after this, and then we're gonna go do Brotherhood stuff, and then we'll see.
This op is simple. I'm gonna send you to a target, and you're gonna terminate everything that calls it home. All the details you need are right here. Don't come back until the job's done.
Okay, don't come back until the job's done. Okay, got that one, and this one, and this one. Good. All right. So Color Square and Halen sent us to that military base, maybe. I finally got some good sleep too. Oh, okay, so today's a great day. Good. That makes me happy to hear. Oh, it is time for battle. All right, what are we gonna do? I'm just gonna put speed on us. That seems to be helping us a lot. I mean, we haven't failed with the speed yet, so good luck, everyone. Good luck. Something stuck in my straw. Probably a blueberry. Nice. Okay, Azel TV, thank you very much. You have the most kills in third place. Derpy had the most assists in first place, and then Maxim is in the middle in second place. And then rewards are going to Bun and Hi there and Unstable. Do 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 do. Okay, so that was that. We have 4 skull or 4 skulls. So, I think this is gonna be our last one for the day as well. Cause I went super long yesterday, and I need to not do that again today. Do 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 do. All right, so I'm gonna put us over here, like that. But y'all should go where you think you need to go. But if you need a plan, this is where the plan is. So, thank you so much for everything, and we'll be back on here, back on this screen in half an hour, and then we'll find someone to raid. Probably Onyx. Do 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 do. Okay, and then going back over here, and there's something else I was just gonna look at. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Right. Okay. What do we? We have to go back to the sewers. Trying to remember if I've been down. I know I've been down there before, but it's been a while. Is there like a magazine? Do 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 do. Oh, is there a magazine in the police station? There's one that says there, but I don't know if we got it already or not. Right. I don't remember what magazine is in the police station, if there is one. I'll have to look around. Do 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 do. Shonen, hi there. Thank you very much for the epics. Thank you. Do 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 do. Oh, so fence. Round the corner. Seagulls. Storming out. Did that guy find his way out? He was like under the ship or something. Oh, or that guy. I didn't know where he was hiding at before. It was really ridiculous though. Like super duper ridiculous. It was like on top or like underneath.
Who's that Pokemon?
Do 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 do. Oh, we have a Pokemon in chat. It is a Bergmite. Tier C, recommended frozen ball. I don't have one of those. We'll just see if we catch it. Good luck to all throwers. Are we stuck? Oh, we're stuck. There we go. So we'll start from Hangman's Alley.
Find him.
Find him?
Something's
Who's
out.
here?
What just happened? Maybe they're still here, watching us, laughing.
Interesting commentary. Still looking around too. Oh, we got it. GG. Excuse me. Okay, so, and then from here, we'll go to the fenced sewers, take care of that, and then we'll go to College Square and wherever Halen sent us. Do 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 do. Oh, yeah. Oh, Supermans don't really do energy weapons, though, do they? Oh. Enough. Oh, but this has the super mutant stuff on it, though. Is that one of ours? It must be. It's like fighting. Is that the same one that was on the ship? Oh, where's it at? Ooh. Nice. I think it is. Yeah. I'll be back later. That's so funny, though. No, wait. Was that the one? The other one was Jamaica. I don't remember which the other one was, but that's funny. Those are so cute, Hawk. I love them. Okay, fenced sewers. This way. No. This way. I just get confused in this area. Yeah, it's just me. Oh, really? Really? I'm not hiding. I'm killing you. I can try. Is that everyone? No? Who else is here? 6:10. So wait, I'm supposed to be picking up drugs. I'm supposed to be picking up money. Not weapons, not ammo. I'll pick up ammo. And adhesive. All right. Sewers. Do. All right. There we go. Get the goals. I'm going to first person. It's too crowded up in here. Otherwise, right. Okay. I kind of remember. Okay. Should we try and do our bat instead? Do. Oh, and silver. Silver was one of the things that we needed to redo our gun. I forgot I was doing that. That just reminded me. Not really getting the story from this area, but I'm okay with that. Sometimes I like doing story stuff, but ooh. By this time I'm like, eh. Who's upstairs? How do I get up there? Gross. I mean, we were already diseased, but now we're really diseased, probably. Oh, gold is one of the things that we needed too. Right, that's the other thing. Okay, okay. Is there a door here at all? Kind of. This is not where. Is this where we? No, we came from over there, right? Maybe. Come on. Is that everyone? And of course we'll pick up legendary stuff. If we can find it. Wasn't there 2 legendaries? Maybe not. And the Nuka Cola. Oops. And that's where we just were. Oh, hi. Well, can I? Oh, there's nothing over here. All right. Oh, dog food. We will grab the dog food too. We're halfway through our placement period if you are working on that with us.
Sweet.
That is a reminder for you. Ooh, creepy lighting. That's done. I'll see about the story. I kind of remember the story and kind of not. Oh, a flamer. We will get that too. Do. It's funny. There we go. Tumblers today. Lockpicking is permanently easier. Nice. Okay, that's number 4. We have number 3. We skipped number 1. We'll have to go back for that. And we'll listen to them all in order on our way.
Got it.
Okay. I'm not used to leaving some things, but trying to be particular so we don't go overweight right away. Ooh, hi. But certain things we definitely always need. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, and this is where we started, I think. We're close to. Okay, this is number 1. So we'll play that. There's a Teddy Ursa in chat. I don't know what tier it is yet.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's just a tier C, but if you need it, you need it.
I've put my work on display down here, and I'd very much like you to see it.
Okay, he's creepy. Oh, no, no, no. Right. So we need tape number 2. Yeah, so he's a mass murderer person that was being chased by detectives. Toy car, I think. Good luck to all catchers. Oh, here's 2.
I want you to appreciate your surroundings, detective. I can only be myself in a place like this. Life up there is exhausting. Every day you smile at people who don't care about you one way or another because that is what you do. Down here, I really get to live. I'm happy to share it with you today, detective.
Okay, and we have number 3 in our pocket already, I think. Do 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 do. Dear Detective number 3.
I am getting so anxious about our meeting, detective. You know, ever wanted someone to know me. And really, I can't think of anyone who knows me as well as you do. I am your object of fascination, and you have become mine. It's humbling, Detective.
Okay, and then number 4. Kind of a creepy story.
I didn't want to hurt you, Detective.
Oh, but he
I
did.
didn't want to hurt you. But you hurt me first. Now I know you didn't mean those things you said. And I
Oh,
forgive
he's found a
you,
lunchbox.
Detective.
Ooh.
It doesn't matter anymore. Now you're here with me. And we have all the time in the world to get to know each other.
Alright. Gross. And we're good to go. Do 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 do. Oh, mining helmet. I got stuff in here. Yep. Okay, dokie. Do. There's a guy under there too. I can't get at, or I don't know how to get at. It's fine. Fine. Got that. Got these. Oh, aluminum. Okie dokie. We're leaving as soon as we can figure out how. That's what the plan is. It just goes in a loop though, right? This goes back and then we end up back to the start. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Right. Yep, and then here we are. So how do we get out? This way, by the fishing pole. Oh yeah. Taken care of. Woo! Okay, so now we'll go do College Station, College Square, whatever it is. This is the last call for units as well. Last call. Do 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 do. Alright, if I can remember how to get out as well. We need to go north, I think. Right, and then this way. Woo, look at that, we're still underweight too. Oh, I almost didn't collect this. Do 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 do.
Yes.
Alright. Alright, I guess we're falling through the hole. Oh, someone's sleeping. Who's sleeping? We got some dogs in here. Oh, right. I'm not picking dog meat up. Well, if it was actually dog meat, I would pick it up. Pick him up, because he's a sweetie. But in general. Okay, this is north. road. We have to go around the corner and to the right, I think. Around the corner and to the right. Yeah, we found our way. Okay. Good. Some areas of this map I'm like I know where things are, but the area of the fens I get really turned around with. So it's good to be able to make it through.
Were you able to clear out those ghouls?
Took care of those ghouls that were giving you trouble.
Yep. Explore, thank you very much for the epic artillery. Alright. They paid me even.
If you need fixing up, let's get a look at you.
Just need some supplies.
Actually, I need some supplies for the road.
Let's see what I can spare.
Oh, well, we'll take them these. And we will sell you back some caps. I mean, not some caps, some ammo and here you can have, wait, are these worth anything? Value 1. Oh, we'll sell the tickets and we're gonna sell oh, not tumblers today. What was it? Oh, we can sell a stealth boy. And these. And these. Where is... Was at the end of this? No, where are all of our... Oh, these things. All right. Okay, accept. Yes, please. Okay, what's wrong with us? Insomnia? And fatigue. All right, so, take some, drugs and then drink and then we'll be, going to sleep. Do 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 do.
If you work, you eat.
All right. Do 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 do. Okay, we got a minute left. Do 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 do. Awesome. Okay. Do 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 do. Oh, I'm gonna drop off our junk here. We have some stuff. I definitely have some maintenance I'm gonna do after stream. Just to consolidate everything. Because there's a lot of stuff just around. There doesn't need to be. Okay, we're going north. North to... Oh, wait, well... College Square, Coast Guard Pier. Where's that at? Is that... down here? Right, okay. I guess we're going south. We'll go south first, and then to the square, and then back to the station. Oh, well, just kidding. I'll do those things tomorrow. Alright. Okay. And, again, with the speed, that seems to be doing us good. So, good luck to all of us. We'll see how we do. Do 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 do. Woo! Right. Sir Patrick Swayze with the most kills. Scarla, I think, had the most assists in first place, and then Asla in second, and Richard in third. And then our extra rewards are going to oh hi there, and Sparkle Storm, and Bronze Dragon. And with that, we are going to be ending stream. I really appreciate all of you hanging out and giving me all of the units, all the support, and playing Pokemon with me. It seems less intense today. I hope that keeps going, GK. I hope that keeps on going. That's excellent. That's really good. Okay. I just hope that it heals and you have a good time with that. Thanks so much. Thank you. Okay. Sorry. I got distracted. I'm gonna send us off to our good friend Onyx Black 23. They are just starting a new Fallout run through. Looks like they just created their character, and yeah, I'm excited to get to rate them. Thanks for the good vibes. Same for you. Okay, we are gonna be on our way. We'll be back with everything tomorrow. I am gonna stay in Fallout to do some just like maintenance stuff. Really boring. So we'll see you all sometime soon. Okay? Have a good rest of your day or night. Thanks, Hawk. Thank you. And thanks again. Make sure I'm spelling the name right and got all the things. Thanks, Safi. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Let's go. Come say hi with me if you care to. They don't do stream readers, but they are a great Fallout 4 player. They are very knowledgeable about all things Fallout 4. So, I'm excited to see them play. Y'all take care, okay? Love you very much. Bye. 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 Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. All right. Good night. We'll see you later. Bye. Bye. Bye.